Good morning, good day, good evening, wherever you are. 13 Sentinels is back. 13 Sentinels is back, and I want to know more about the story. I want to know where it's going, and I want to know what is happening in this world, right? I feel like we've seen so much, we've uncovered so much so far, yet I still have absolutely no idea where this is going to go in the end, right? So that's what I'm here for today. I had to change up my stream schedule a little bit because some things came up. I just want to quickly go over that. I won't be playing 13 Sentinels all day today. It's just basically about 4 hours. I'm going to take a longer lunch break this time, and then I think I'll come back with Elden Ring, play that a little bit more. That's also due to the fact that I feel like I'm really, really getting close to the end of Elden Ring now, and I want to finish that game, right? Partly because it has been taking so long that I kind of want to just get through it, but at the same time, I'm really, really intrigued by how they'll end it, and all the rest of the stuff that is still in the game that I haven't seen yet. But it's also partly because tomorrow I won't have as much time as I originally thought for playing Elden Ring. There will probably be like a very short Elden Ring stream tomorrow, but that's mainly why I wanted to get some more Elden Ring in today. So I'm going to do split thing today, a little bit of 13 Sentinels, a little bit of Elden Ring later after a bit longer of a lunch break. And yeah, that's going to be the plan for today. But let's go into 13 Sentinels. Oh, that was actually a pretty cool music transition there. Yeah, I'm about 37% through the story, apparently. Obviously, we still have the destruction mode and everything to do, but I don't know how accurate these percentages even are. Obviously, in terms of the analysis, I haven't really unlocked that much. It did feel last time, though, as if we were getting somewhere, right? As I said, no idea what that somewhere or something will be, but it felt as if, though, we were finally sort of prodding into a couple of the sort of deeper secrets that this game has. So let's get back into it. Let's see. So we left off with Yuki Takamiya, her story last time, and we can actually unlock this already as well, because I have the 3 mystery files that you need in order to continue her story. So I think we're just gonna jump back in with this. While searching the old school building, Yuki Takamiya found Ryoko Shinonome watching some footage. Tearful Shinonome asked Takamiya to hide the projector before losing her memories. So Yuki Takamiya and Shinonome are apparently working for a special investigation unit that is led by, I think Ida is his name, which I still think might be an older Goto, but I'm somehow not 100% on that. I might be misinterpreting that totally, but I don't really know. We've definitely seen this older person. I think Ida was his name, right? Tetsuya Ida? Or am I confusing that with somebody else? But we've also seen him in like 2100 building an Android version of Tomi Kisaragi. For whatever reason. But he's here in this time as apparently the chief of this SIU, Special Investigations Unit. And, well, it wasn't entirely clear whose side they were on exactly. So I think they're working basically for the company, right? There were a lot of things going on last time. Don't even really know how to recap that because One big thing that we found out is that was it Goto? So the old man that is the CEO of the company in 2188 that is being accused of doing something with, or at least a branch of them that they previously acquired, Newman Inc., is being accused of doing stuff with altering memories, illegally altering memories in people. So no idea how that all connects back and why they're doing that. And as I said, in this timeline, these two girls here, they've been tasked with basically watching over the other characters, the other Sentinel pilots, which we also don't really know why that's a thing. Yuki has her own motivations, though, because she is childhood friends with, let me get the name right. Maybe I should look that up before I, Natsuno, right? I had the N in my mind, but didn't really remember. So, right, Natsuno and Yuki are childhood friends, basically. Yuki changes schools through this SIU secret operation thing, and because she's supposed to look over, Tomi and all the others, but she has her own agenda. She wants to find out more about Natsuno, and the time where she gets to the school is basically shortly after what happens at the start of Natsuno's story, which is, as we saw, she finds BJ and follows BJ, and they open up the time shift thing at the shrine, and she shifts through time, which means that she's not there anymore when Yuki is looking for her, right? And people keep telling her different things about where she supposedly is, right? Obviously, the school wants it to look like she's just sick at home, and, all those kinds of things. And well, I expect Yuki to maybe find out where she actually went, right, and uncover those kinds of mysteries. And while that was going on, we also had Shinanomi, which is the girl to the right here, with the headband that perpetually hits her head, apparently. It might be to maybe obfuscate some sort of scar that she has, because she also got injected with nanomachines. Probably. We saw her essentially sending a message to herself from an older self from that far future, where it looked like she was the one possibly responsible for setting the whole thing off that we're trying to uncover here, right? All these time loops that are apparently going on with the kaiju attacking. It seems like she, for some reason, wants to maybe prevent humanity from further existing, and so she sends these different sectors, whatever that means, into these basically infinite time loops, where apparently, they always go back in time, kaiju attack again, everybody's dead, they go back in time, kaiju attack again, and so on and so forth. Honestly, kind of felt a little bit out of the blue, so I don't think that that's the entire story, right? I don't think that there's just one sort of researcher or a doctor, or whatever she is in the future, that finds out about something and just goes rogue. I don't think it's just her fault, or just her idea. I think there's a lot more going on here still, that we just haven't really heard about, but it was really, really interesting. She then, obviously, upon that revelation, starts crying and kind of wants to forget about it, which is another thing that I'm still really confused about, this whole memory altercation, right? Because, well, first of all, it seems as if that technology mostly stems from the far future in 2188, right? So somehow that technology must have been brought back into those other timelines, which again brings up the question, are these really timelines, or are we talking about recreated times in just different places, right? Did they, in the future, just, for example, take Mars as the planet and just recreate Earth, but 100 years earlier or something, right? No idea if that's what's happening. We've seen hints of that something like that might be true, but I'm really still not sure about that. And well, the all of the mind technology or memory altercation, how did that get back? And also, some characters, there are these pills, right? The ones that make you forget stuff, the ones that make you remember stuff. Some characters seem to want to forget on purpose, and I'm really not sure why. So maybe there is someone who convinced them that that was the better thing. I don't know. Shinonome, for example, seemed pretty, well, she couldn't even really believe that she would be the one who essentially destroys humanity in the future, possibly, if that's what's happening. Then she wanted to remind herself of that through BJ, right? The little robot was there to play that message and apparently remind her of that, but then at the same time she also wants to take the pills to forget about this stuff, apparently. So how does that fit into all of that? I have absolutely no idea. Let's get into it. Let's uncover more. There are so many story threads now that, want to be revealed and haven't yet. I'm really, really curious to see how this continues. So let's see how the whole situation with Yuki Takamiya continues. Before I unlock it, though, let's take another look at the chart. So, suspicious pills. This was the flashback that I just talked about. Shinonome seeing a video of her future self, but then still taking the pills, apparently. So I want to get back to the situation where we are in front of the school gate, and apparently there's then something else that we can do.
All right.
Let's see where this goes.
Cool. So many mysteries about what happened in the girls' bathroom. But one thing's for damn sure. Nachan's definitely involved. Gotta look for more clues.
Right. And then we had that mystery. So the girls' bathroom seems to have been basically destroyed, or here comes the detective girl.
I've been looking for you.
I think... Yeah, this seems to be the same... So far, seems to be the same dialogue that we've seen twice already. We've seen multiple versions of this scene, basically. Yuki still investigating what is actually going on. Especially with Natsuno. So, a couple of weird things that came together here is that that bathroom looked very much like the bathroom where Megumi shot Yuri. Right? Megumi was on that weird mission where we also don't really know why she did that, where she shoots people with that gun that apparently injects nanomachines into them. But we don't really know whether or not that's the first time they're injected with nanomachines and that's how they get the ability to control the Sentinels, or whether or not those are different nanomachines in order to adjust some sort of level of control over these characters. Point being, the bathroom looked very similar. I don't think that we've seen Natsuno entering that specific bathroom. The weird thing here being that the destroyed bathroom Yuki went into and tried to find clues about what happened looked as if almost a wild animal or something, or maybe like a small wild or rogue robot might have destroyed it, right? I mean, there were literally claw marks on one of the doors, so What? How does that fit together with anything? Because I don't think that, at least at this point, we've seen any kind of robot that might have been able to do that. Unless somebody here is a cyborg, which we've also seen that androids are a thing in the future, which I'm still speculating whether or not the Men in Black that also work with the SAU and have appeared throughout multiple scenes in the game, whether or not they're futuristic androids. Somehow they just, something about their stance looks very similar to the actual robot-looking versions of those androids from the future. But then again, those robots are also a thing that we don't really know yet why they're a thing in the first place. I think one of them has been in that scene in 2025 after the kaiju attack and destruction. Yeah. So whatever happened to that bathroom definitely isn't something that I have no idea what that would mean or what that could be. So really interested to see what's going on there. Also now we need to find out what are the new thoughts that we got. Let's see. So I can go back to the front gate if I want to. Wait, can we talk about the juice with her? Why is that?
Oh, are you giving it to me?
You wish.
Are you upset with me?
Just been antsy without my cigarette.
Already heard that dialogue. Okay, so for some reason now we could talk with her about the drink. Cool.
Something happened in the girls' bathroom of the north building.
What are the new thoughts? Oh, this isn't it,
Follows
right?
is an investigative rec.
No, I've already read through that.
Something that the girl on the track team mentioned. She said Nachan went into the locker room to get a box.
That box being
And
the little
described it
robot
as some
BJ.
kind of
Okay, that we also heard already.
Shikishima. It's that company with all those commercials for TVs and fridges. So they're making weapons too?
I guess old school building would maybe be the new thought?
Ryoko Shinonome.
Yeah, I think it is.
Seems
This
like
one.
she's completely forgotten. But she's the one who told me to hide that box in the first place.
Yeah, that's so... I don't get that. So she hit that box on purpose to at one point be reminded of her memories that she apparently purposefully forgot. So,
Right before the incident in the girls' bathroom, there was another Kisaragi chasing after Nachan. Kisaragi is also one of the names on that list. So that means Four Eyes wants me to watch her.
Yet another mystery that I also found really intriguing, because we did find in that bathroom, we found a destroyed glasses, right? That suspiciously looked like the red glasses that Kisaragi is wearing. So that's why I brought up the Android stuff, because as I also said like 10 minutes ago, there was a scene in the future where an Android version of Tomi Kisaragi had been built as an answer to the fact that Juro Korabe shot her during another scene. And apparently they still needed her to pilot the Sentinels, so they had to build an Android version of her. There's also something else going on there, where somebody actually wanted her back, basically. How that relates to the bathroom, I'm not entirely sure. It seemed, though, to me, or that would be at least an explanation, because somehow they keep bringing up that there were two Kisaragis, right? People saw her at the same time being in different locations, basically, which made me wonder, well, is one the Android version, or is it a future version that somehow came back through time? No idea, but that's definitely a thing that we haven't really found out anything about either. Let's go back to the front gate, I guess. Is that the thought that we...
Oh, I'll go with you.
Because I think the front gate is where we need to find the two other branches of the scene. Oh.
Ah, shit. Wajima.
Yo.
Out of my way, punk.
You trying to give me orders now?
You keep losing to everyone, man. Stop
I'm
that.
not in the mood for your shit right now.
Sorry I'm late.
You really have crap timing, Aiba.
Takamiya-san? Are these people... friends of yours?
That's right. And if you're friends with her, that means you have to be friends with me too.
Hey! You lay a finger on her, and I'll break all 10 of yours.
Oh? You think you can threaten me?
Bastard.
She literally kicked your ass already. Like,
Does that answer your question?
how many hints do you need, buddy?
Your way. I owe you a lesson from before.
Stay back, Aiba.
Maybe this time it'll stick.
This is literally like the fourth time that this entire group keeps getting beaten up, right?
All right, break it up.
Those two police officers looked exactly the same.
Shit. The school called the cops on me.
Did you at least arrest the other guys too, you idiot?
Hey, buddy. Can I go home now?
No.
Damn it.
What was that question?
4 Eyes isn't gonna shut up about this. It's gonna be a real drag if I get suspended from school.
Is there something else that I can do, or I think I can basically just talk to him, right?
Quit pacing. Just stay still and stay quiet.
Actually kind of funny that he sort of comments on the fact that the player would move around, right, to find out if you can click on anything else. Quite the neat little, like, hint or not to that.
Hey,
Just wondering where the ladies' room is. Alright, fine. I'll just stand here with my mouth shut.
So what now? Can I just sit down, or... Oh.
I'll
Why?
take over from here.
yes, sir.
He's with the SIU, right? So, or at least he
Onishi
takes
the
orders from
ogre.
them.
Glad to see you haven't changed, Takamiya.
So, what happened to Wajima's lackeys?
Most of them got away. The 2 we caught only have minor injuries.
Well, at least they tried to get them.
I've been worried about you. They took you away and I didn't even know you were transferred. What happened? Are you involved with the SIU? Tell me what you know.
Sorry, old man. Can't talk about it.
So he's not really in on the loop, right? We've seen the detective being in the same room with the SAU chief, I think, but yeah, he obviously he has to comply with them basically, but he doesn't really know what they're about.
Half a year ago, there was an incident involving the transport of heavy machinery.
Sentinel?
It was reported as an accident, and in the middle of all of it was a young lady, Ryoko Shinonome. I took her into custody.
Why are you telling us this now?
Shinonome.
But just like with you, those men from the SIU took her away by force. Her statement was a curious one, though. She claimed both her and her weapon came from the future, to fight against kaiju.
Ooh. Very, detective knows what's up, though, right? Or at least he knows what details to look for. So Shinonome, I guess she probably shifted from the future to prevent her Sentinel from being destroyed, right? And she probably fought for some time in the Sentinel, so her brain got messed up a little bit as well. Just like with Juro. Just that, I mean, maybe not as extensively, because she definitely still, like when she saw that message from her future self, she definitely still seemed like she remembered those things, right, and what was going on. Once again, I'm a little taken aback by just how almost openly these things happen, right? I mean, obviously the SAU doesn't tell the detective what is going on, but they also don't really seem too concerned with erasing any traces of what they might have been up to, which I find interesting.
So what? You believed that crap?
There was another heavy machinery accident just recently. I saw it there, just before they covered it up in a tarp. And let me tell you, that thing was no ordinary piece of construction equipment. Something is going on in this town, and I have to find out. You'll tell me what you know, won't you?
What incident is he talking about now? I think... Is that Sekigahara Sentinel? No, not Sekigahara, wait a second. Not Sekigahara, but Keitaro Miura's, right? The one... that essentially fights with it during World War II? He gets shifted into the future, basically, for him, right? We've seen him, because there was a scene where he's sort of overlooking the town, right? And there's like a building under construction, and I think he's talking about the fact that his Sentinel is basically being hit by that construction, right? They make it seem as if they're constructing a building, but in reality, it's just covering up a Sentinel. So that might be what he's talking about right here. Give me just 1 second. I need to answer a message real quick. Okay. Let's see. So we can...
That damn Four Eyes. He says there's some spy agency. It's short for... They may not be cut, but they're honestly...
do we think about her now? Is that what changed?
We went our separate ways in middle school, but we still kept writing to each. She's the only person I really...
Wait, it's the notebook?
And her weapon came from the future, huh? I remember.
What?
In Natchan's notebook, she wrote about time travel and a robot that fights. Onishi the ogre may just be another old fart, but he's an old fart I think I can trust. Maybe I should talk to him. And have him help me, too.
Yeah, I mean, he seems to be quite sharp, to be honest. He definitely knows what's going on. Once again, I'm just really curious about the fact that the SIU just doesn't really seem to care about this, or about the fact that these things might come out. I mean, let's see what he says if we talk to him about the subjects.
So, how much do you already know about the SIU?
It seems there's an understanding among the higher-ups. But it's still a mystery for us underlings. As far as I know, they're doing extensive research on Shikishima Industries.
I figured as much.
Or they're doing extensive research with Shikishima Industries.
Now, I don't know how much this is true, but according to Four Eyes, Shikishima is making nuclear weapons, and there are miners involved. They told me to watch him, which is why they transferred me.
Miners?
Ryoko Shinonome is at Sakura High too.
That must be such a crazy, like, obviously he already or he has literally seen that there's definitely something crazy going on, but otherwise, especially that particular detail, right, you would just think, wait, what the fuck is going on? Like, miners? Huh? How's that connected, right?
Natsuno Minami has been missing since last week. Are the police even looking for her?
Natsuno Minami. Huh. The name doesn't sound familiar.
She's a first year at Sakura High, and the SIU are looking for her. You'll let me know if you find anything?
I'll keep my eyes open.
Let's see where this goes.
Take a look at this. It's a request to limit traffic while transporting heavy machinery. The thing Shinonome claimed to have arrived in is on its way to Shikishima's new shipbuilding dock as we speak.
If I can get there, maybe I can finally figure it out. What the machine is, and what happened to Nachan.
Like, once again, it didn't really seem to me as if you could really hide a Sentinel. Like, wouldn't that still be...
The ogre had to say.
I don't know.
I had no choice but to get on this train. Shikishima's shipbuilding dock. No idea what shit I'm gonna find there.
Well, hopefully...
The anticipation is twisting my stomach into knots.
Hopefully this isn't the train that's gonna crash, though. But yeah, I mean... When you really think about it, right? Yes, of course I mean, maybe if you did a bit of, like, tinkering, if you, like, repainted them or something, maybe you could pass it off as some, I don't know, folded up construction equipment, whatever thing. I don't really know. Like, would you really be able to truly hide? I mean, think about it, right? In order for something like that, for a, like, 30-meter high machinery thing, you'd need a couple of people to transport that, right? And you need like permits in order to drive that through, like, from one point to the next. You need like huge trucks to move it in the first place, stuff like that, right? And you'd need people, which is the most important detail here. You'd need people that operate the truck, the whatever cranes, things that you need in order to move it from one point to the other. Wouldn't all those people at least have some sort of, well, not idea maybe, but certainly, like, they would know that they're transporting something that they're not being told, like, what it is, right? I don't know. This all seems so... just seems kind of strange to me, to be honest, in terms of... Well, then again, I mean, I guess there's secret technology, but yeah... Yeah, well, then again, this is 1985, right? So, I guess finding out about that kind of stuff is more difficult than in our world today, right? Because in our world, there's like a lot that you can do in order to at least somewhat know what's going on, right? And so, for example, I'm thinking about the, like when SpaceX is launching a satellite that has been classified by the military, right? People still know about it. They might not know what the satellite is there for specifically, especially not like right when it starts, right? They might not know what it's called or what it looks like, but you very fast you'll figure out like what kind of trajectory it's taking. You can even like people are looking for that stuff, right? So they know the satellite's trajectory, they know where it's flying, what it's doing, at least partially, right? So it's not like they can really keep that a secret. There might be technology on it, right, where you don't know, okay, for example, does it have a zoom lens, or is it built to, I don't know, observe other satellites instead, right? Those kinds of really little details about the functionality of those things you might not know about, but you definitely know about there being a classified thing, you know, and what it relates to in general. So, I don't know. This all just, I find it so curious because I feel like that is actually a point, like, the game isn't doing that because it's oblivious to that fact. The game is doing it on purpose, right? The story somehow, I feel like, will maybe reveal that ultimately it's not really that important whether or not people know about it, because somehow they, even if they would find out, they can't really do much with that information anyway. I don't know. It's like really, really curious just about that.
The shipbuilding dock the robot was moved to. It's on a landfill near the port. A deserted area with nothing but storage. I'll take this train to the last stop, and then wait near the facility. I'll have to wait until dark to sneak in.
What the hell are you doing here? Oh. Yeah, so are we on the train that's gonna derail when the kaiju attack? Is this the same scene where Ogata is somehow being, or something from somebody from the future wants Ogata to find some sort of key?
Takamiya.
What are you doing here?
Obvious, ain't it? I'm going home.
Or maybe it's a different
But
scene?
I thought, don't you live near Nachon's house?
Yeah, when we were in elementary school. I live with my grandpa now. Where are you going?
Oh, well, to see the ocean?
You alright?
Maybe not the best excuse, to be honest.
So where's your minion? Decided not to follow you around today?
You mean Erica Iba?
Iba?
You're in Class D, right? She's in your class, isn't she?
Huh? That's not Iba. Iba's been absent from school for a while now.
The next stop is Akebi.
What the fuck?
Gotta switch trains at the next stop. I'm gonna take off. See ya.
Huh? Holy shit, they just throw these things at you, right? Where you suddenly go, wait, what? So is she... Okay, two possibilities that I can think about right now. So, either she might also be some sort of android? Alternate version of herself, like from the future or something? Or somehow she's also a construct of Yuki's mind. which I suspected Fluffy was. With Megumi, right? That somehow the nanomachines inside Megumi's brain kept creating the talking cat in order to influence her to do things she needed to do for somebody. Maybe Yuki also has nanomachines in herself that just make it seem to her as if Erika Aiba was following her? Wait, but then again, no. He just said to her that, like, he referenced that though, right? About a minion. So, he said somebody else that is somehow being disguised as Erika Aiba through her eyes? That might be another thing, right? That somehow nanomachines are, altering her memory so that she thinks it's Erika Aiba, but in reality it's somebody else?
Not Aiba? Then, who the hell is she?
Or did she just give her a fake name?
Who can I even believe anymore? I guess just myself now.
That might also a
Trust nothing I don't
possibility.
see with my own eyes. And the first thing I'm gonna see, the weapon at Shikishima.
See, they also, like, trust nothing that I see with my own eyes. Yeah, but I don't know if you can trust your own eyes. That's...
Security sure is crap here. Sneaking in was almost too easy.
Yeah, it almost, like...
Though, when it's this damn dark, it's hard to see much of anything.
So this almost looks like the same hangar. It might not be, but, the scene looks very much like the same scene that we saw Natsuno in when she went back to 1944, 45. And she looked at Sentinel number 17, right? Because BJ was looking for that for some reason. Which I think isn't Sentinel 17 the one Natsuno ultimately ends up in? So that's why I'm constantly bringing it back up, that, you know, this sort of sense of, well, they don't really want to hide the Sentinel, right? They at least want the people that are ultimately involved with these things to know about them. So I almost feel as if, for example, the security being shit in this particular case is not, like, I think that's done on purpose. Maybe. In order for her to be able to walk in here?
Nenji Ogata, Class 1D, has made the claim that Erika Aiba is not who she says she is. If that's true, then who's the person that's been following me this whole time? And what does she want with me? Huh? Where's that light coming from? Wait a minute. It's my skin that's lighting up?
Oh, hello.
Well, that explains
there?
it.
Wait, I know that voice. Ryoko Shinonome.
So, like, it's her Sentinel? It's just all, I don't know what they really, like, what? Did the SIU or this Tatsuya Ida, or whatever, did they maybe even, like, purposefully give information to the detective that would ultimately lead her to this place? I mean, somehow that makes sense, but at the same time I can't shake the feeling that that would be incredibly, like, how would they, I guess, Are they just literally trying to put as much information out there as possible, even to these certain characters, so that they'll eventually find the right way to the... But, huh? What's she doing?
What are you doing here?
I should be the one asking you that.
Hey, you...
Oh, maybe
Your
it's not.
leg is glowing. What's going on?
Our bodies are responding. We are pilots.
Pilots?
So maybe then... Hello?
We are being called by the 14th Sentinel.
Son of a... What the hell is that?
So they're not locked to specific people? Yet? Maybe? Or is that another sort of thing that's not actually true? Because we have also... There were hints that people can enter different Sentinels as well, right? Or actually that has been straight up said at a couple of points in time, but then they also made it seem as if everybody sort of has their own Sentinel, so I don't know what that means.
Is this the thing that was being moved through the streets?
This is a weapon. We will need it for the upcoming battle.
Hello.
And you are one of the people who can pilot it. Yuki Takamiya.
You. I remember you from the list. You're Renya Koto.
What do you mean, one of? This is my Sentinel.
Sentinel?
Are we going to find out more about that?
So this is the Sentinel? This is what Nachan was looking for? A robot that can fight aliens?
Really? Aliens? Was she planning on fighting some little green spacemen?
Well, then what are you trying to do?
Save the world from the kaiju.
But, like, wasn't Shinonomi's future self the very one that actually started the whole kaiju attack? At least that's what she said. Maybe? Why would she then fight it as well? I mean, yeah, she technically lost her memories, but what?
So this is the weapon Shikishima made?
No, Shikishima did not make this. We did.
Who the hell are you guys?
From our perspective, this world is nothing but the past.
You mean time travel? You're not serious, are you?
Very. The Sentinels themselves are weapons from the future.
But yeah, her question, can you just answer that? Like, who are you guys? Who built the Sentinels? If the kaiju are from, like, future human... So we did find out, however, that the kaiju, at least to my knowledge currently, right? I always have to sort of preface my sentences with that because there is too much crazy there are too much crazy things going on to, you know, really rule out the possibility of something just not being true or being misinterpreted by the characters in the game. Which is quite, like, it's really, really cool how they're doing that, right? You never really know if the things that are being told to you are actually true, or if it's just sort of the characters' assumption or their description of what they know in whatever time they either came from or currently in, right? But what we have heard is that the kaiju basically seem to be robots that have been developed by far into the future humanity to completely terraform planets, right? So they are technically building machines, like to build stuff and or rather to, everything that's involved with that, right? Basically completely terraform a planet and then build stuff on it and stuff like that. That's the purpose of the kaiju, or it seemed to be the purpose of the kaiju originally. Now, Shinonomi's future self made it seem in her message as if she basically reprogrammed or potentially inserted what might then be called the Deimos code into the kaiju to make them think that Earth is also a target, right, for terraforming basically. But in that particular case, her objective seems to be to use the kaiju to just destroy Earth, right? Basically wipe out everything on its surface. For some reason. But yeah, that brings up the question, what are the Sentinels? Are they specifically being built to fight the kaiju? Were they originally meant as something else? Are they built by the same people, but the people that build both kaiju and Sentinels didn't know that somebody would use the kaiju to destroy humanity? Like, we still don't really know what is going on there, right? And when the Sentinels have been built and everything like that. So...
Stay back.
Oh, hello.
Is that real?
You want to find out?
So... like... what?
Get out of my way. Or am I gonna have to beat the crap out of both of you?
There will be none of that. After all, you too have a part in this.
I don't have jack squat to do with this.
Your glowing skin suggests otherwise.
I don't know what you did to me, but I've had enough.
Oh,
What
hello.
did you find?
New code has been added several times.
How many times did he come into contact with her?
They must be close.
You're from the nurse's office.
I'd like to research you a bit more. Yuki Takamiya.
What are you...
So... Did they purposefully lead her to the Sentinel to find out whether or not she's a pilot, and now that they know, they're trying to, I don't know, adjust her nanomachines possibly, or do something? And what was that sentence just now from Morimura about how many times a code had been altered or changed or whatever she said? Is that how they know when the kaiju attack, or is it like, it seemed some sort of indication as to maybe what time loop they're in? I mean, we have seen Morimura and Goto a couple of times now in the same scene, right? And they seem to be connected to that research lab that we've seen in 2100. But that's what's confusing me as well, right? If the kaiju are from 2188 or somewhere around that time, would these Sentinels that have been developed, like if the Sentinels would have been developed around 2100, they wouldn't really stand a chance against the kaiju, right? Unless, because the fact that the kaiju originally were meant as basically construction equipment, maybe they're just not really equipped enough to fight the Sentinels. But then again, if you'd reprogram the kaiju in the future to destroy humanity, then wouldn't you think about the possibility of humanity possibly developing weapons against the kaiju? Like, huh? But then again, that also all plays into the fact that there is this mainframe as well, which we still don't really know why that exists in the first place. Because it seems like some giant spaceship that was buried below Earth but is also from the future in 2188 somehow. So yeah, we still don't really know how that relates to everything, right? So that's also always a possibility here, right? That maybe the Sentinels were developed in 2100, but maybe they were developed as a response or with knowledge that they might have extracted from the mainframe that is almost 100 years into the future technology, and they base their Sentinel concept off of that or something. I can't fucking get behind the story, which obviously is the cool thing about it, right? The way they're telling it is just incredibly intriguing, but whew. The biggest problem just being that there are literally so many possibilities and threats, and every time, you know, a character story continues, you just find out more, like, they just add and add and add more and more mysteries and threats and possibilities, and, like, what the fuck? Holy shit, this game is really, I mean, you know, a lot of people were talking about it being really, really awesome. I guess I just didn't expect it to be this, like, mind-bendingly thrilling. In a way, it's actually reminding me a little bit of the Netflix series Dark, right? Which is also weirdly similar in terms of its time travel, but is definitely a completely different setup and much smaller in scope, I would say. Which isn't to say that it's worse or anything, it's just it's a different setup, right? Dark, I felt like the thing that made that series so good is that it specifically focused on, which is also interesting, it focused on its characters, right? Which this game also does really well. They're using these characters' sort of personal stories and personal goals or fears or whatever, right? To then sort of give you the actual information about what's going on in the story, right? It's a really cool setup, and it's sort of what Dark does as well, but Dark was just, I don't know, how do I put it? Dark also had these really cool sort of mind-bending moments, but it was smaller in scope, but instead had, I guess, more character mysteries. Maybe that's how you could say that. Whereas 13 Sentinels is much bigger in scope, and the mysteries are more about the sort of meta elements of the world, right? The mysteries in 13 Sentinels are not so much about the personalities of the characters or their relationships, but rather that's being told to you straight up front, basically. Oh, this character, you know, likes that character, whatever. But the mystery is the bigger picture, right? How all of this technology and everything fits together and all the timelines fit together. Whereas Dark, I would say, is more about the big overarching mystery actually not being all that complicated, right? It's basically a big, spoilers, time loop. And while you don't really know that, obviously, it's just basically one big mystery and a lot of character mysteries and motivations and how the characters fit into that. Whereas 13 Sentinels is sort of the other way around, where the characters just sort of have these small mysteries that are somewhat simple in structure, but then there are all of these big mysteries that it's very, very difficult to glean how they fit together, right? I don't know if that's really an adequate way to describe both of these things, but point being, they're kind of similar, but also kind of different, but they're both equally good, right? Like really, really good in terms of storytelling. And yeah, that's just, I'm just really, and I think that's also kind of an insult to most games, unfortunately, but an insult that is definitely true. And that's just that the storytelling in most games is sort of done in a way where you feel like you're 8 years old, right? That is not necessarily a bad thing, right? I'm not saying that that's per se a bad thing, but it's sort of the storytelling that you get maybe from a Marvel movie or something, right? And obviously those movies are supposed to be like that, right? They're supposed to be something where you can sort of shut off your brain, just enjoy the spectacle. You don't need to think about character motivations or story threads too much. It's just, you can just enjoy the spectacle, right? You can just enjoy the action. That's it. There's fun in there. There's just cute moments in there, something like that, but nothing complicated or anything, right? And again, that's on purpose. But with movies, thankfully, you can go in and say, oh, today I just want to have a romantic movie, or I want to have a comedy, or I want to have, a very, very complicated thriller, or I want to just have straight up action, right? With video games, however, we do have all of these different genres, but somehow, unfortunately, for the most part, 90% of the storytelling is just, you stupid, shut off your brain, story doesn't matter, right? Or story just isn't good, or whatever, right? Most video games, unfortunately, just don't have good storytelling. Or rather, I wouldn't even say it's bad storytelling or not good storytelling, but rather it's storytelling that for some reason assumes you're like 8 years old or have the mental capacity of an 8-year-old, which is kind of an insult to 8-year-olds, because I think most 8-year-olds actually have way, way more mental capacity than what you need in order to understand most game stories, right? So, and that's like really, really unfortunate. And it's sometimes like even my absolute favorite games, right? Let's say take Persona 5, for example, right? It's one of my absolute all-time favorite games. They have good storytelling, but it's still like the pacing is wrong sometimes. They over-explain things sometimes, like very unnecessarily, right? Some of that is also due to the fact that they sort of, I don't know, expect you to play the game in like very, very small chunks. So they're afraid that, if somebody plays it like 20 minutes on Monday and then plays 2 hours on Sunday, that they might have forgotten something that took place in those 20 minutes, and they want to remind them of that, which obviously feels really, really bad if you are playing it like 8 hours and during those 8 hours the game is reminding you 5 times about the same thing that had happened, right? I mean, most of the time I can sort of just disregard that, sort of in a little bit like suspending your disbelief and just say, okay, the characters didn't really say that. It's more about reminding the player about what might have happened. But then again, good books don't need to do that either, right? That's the good, like, if you have something that has really, really good storytelling, they also have reminders, right? Obviously, you still, like, we don't all have photographic memories, right? We do need to be reminded about certain things, but that's the beauty about, like, if you have a book that's written really, really well, obviously they're going to sort of, either they're going to use a scene to do both, right? Introduce new stuff while simultaneously reminding you of old stuff, or they're just sort of putting in very, very small hints or keywords that sort of jog your memory, right, and brings back memories that you have about a certain character maybe, or a certain event that took place, right? They're really, really clever about that. But as I said, most video games straight up don't do that. They completely refuse to do that, right? 90% of video game stories are literally written like fan fiction or something. They feel like they're written by completely amateurish writers who just don't really have either never written a story before, or they just don't really get that, or maybe it's not even the writers, but they're being told that they need to write the stories for the dumbest person imaginable. Sometimes I don't really get it, right? And it's absolutely destroyed a couple of my favorite setups, right? Something that I personally keep going back to, for example, is Destiny, the game, right? And it's very, very quickly became a meme when Destiny 1 came out, just how incredibly awful its story was, right? The story was basically non-existent. But even everything that they did later on, even everything that they now did with Destiny 2, I mean, I've stopped playing the game a long time ago because I was so disappointed with the sequel, but like every time I sort of, I don't know, looked at a YouTube video or whatever, just to sort of see, well, did they maybe do something to improve the game? Every time I just sort of looked at it and said, well, I could have come up with a better story in like 5 minutes, and I mean, not even a writer, right? So, like, what the fuck are they doing, right? They completely, and they had such a cool setup. The world's initial setup and sort of that weird lore that they put outside of the actual game, like on their website and stuff, was so intriguing, right? There was so much really, really cool setup that you could have done stuff with, but they just straight up refused to do that for some reason, right? And that's the thing with a lot of video game stories. Even the best games in that, like, you know, for example, Uncharted 1 to 3, right, was regarded as having really good storytelling for a video game because they did it way, way better than everybody else, but the stories, when you really think about it, of Uncharted 1 to 3, 4 is way better about that, thankfully, but 1 to 3, they had good characters, they had good character writing, but that's about it, right? There's still a lot that's just very, very mediocre about their stories compared to books and movies, right? Even the good sort of popcorn cinema things, right? The good Marvel blockbusters, whatever you want to call it, right? Like Indiana Jones, for example, right? Those movies still do incredibly good storytelling. By the way, there's a really, really good YouTube video about Pirates of the Caribbean 1 on YouTube. What's the video called? Accidentally Genius? Pirates of the Caribbean being accidentally genius or something. It's like a 50-minute video about and somebody explaining why that movie is so good, right? And you realize that even if you do maybe somewhat of a simple setup for a story, or if it's just supposed to be this sort of popcorn cinema shutting off your brain thing where you just enjoy the action, you can still decide to do it in a like really, really good way, right? Where it's just really, really clever about how it's introducing certain themes, or how it's reminding you of characters' actions or past events, or how it's sort of subtly hinting at certain things that's the thing, right? That is also why certain Disney movies, for example, are so loved by both kids and adults, because they just put in little things and details that you can notice, but you don't have to, right? So the movie is enjoyable either way, but if you want to engage your brain more, you can, right? Which is also something that Pirates of the Caribbean is doing. It has a lot of things where scenes are just doing multiple things at once. So for the person who wants to engage their brain more, they can do that. But the movie at the same time is also really, really enjoyable just for the action, right? So it's and that's why it's so good. You can, like, I watched Pirates of the Caribbean 1 probably 20 times or something, maybe even more. And, like, it's enjoyable every time, because no matter what mood you're in, you either have a clever constructed story with very, very cool and detailed scenes that do a lot to engage your brain, But if I'm in like a different mood, I can still watch the same movie and enjoy it and shut off my brain because it's allowing you to do that. The problem is with a lot of video game stories, right? You have this situation where it's not allowing you to do that, where there is just not more you can do, right? A lot of the times, I personally feel that a lot of the times that video games, you know, often have these situations where I'm just bored. Like, I'm straight up bored. I still, like them for certain things. What would be a good example of that? Let's see. It's actually not that easy to really come up with an example that's really highlighting the differences here. I guess Fallout 4, for example, has really awful storytelling, right? And in general, just awful dialogue writing as well. And I guess that would be, like, I haven't actually played through Fallout 4 because I was bored out of my mind after about 10 hours. The game just wasn't engaging at all. And that's a shame because, right, because most of these games, especially AAA games, have a lot that you can enjoy within them, right? So there were definitely things, for example, the environmental storytelling, I think, is absolutely incredible in Fallout 4, right? And I definitely enjoyed a lot of scenes that they did there. And in general, I think Bethesda can do certain things really, really well. Like the initial setup of the world was pretty cool. And just from like a gameplay perspective, I think the games are maybe not great, but certainly good, right? And there's just, I think, especially with those sort of open world RPGs, it's just, they throw a lot of content at you, right? There's like base building, there is like weapon modification, you get the armor suit modification, you can use melee builds, you can use range builds, there's all different kinds of weapons, there are different kinds of attributes, and you can either hack computers or just find stuff in the world to then progress quest lines in certain different ways. So there's a lot of stuff in those games, right? And that's what's on paper making them really, really great. But when you're then actually playing the game, right, you just have scenes in them where those things don't matter, right? If I'm talking to a character in Fallout 4, I'm just talking to a character, right? And if that writing is bad, then I don't have anything to latch onto in that scene, right? I'm just gonna be bored, or I'm gonna be like questioning why they decided to leave this awful dialogue in here, right? Or I'm thinking about why this character doesn't work at all. Stuff like that, right? Whereas if we take the Pirates of the Caribbean example from earlier, if they would do more within the same scene, right? If they were capable of delivering dialogue during action scenes, for example, or if like everything would just be more dynamic in general. I don't know. It's not easy to solve that problem, but I'm just trying to highlight that having this bad dialogue writing means that you can have all the other stuff. If you have scenes in the game where there's just bad dialogue going on and nothing else at the same time, that's going to be a point where at least I'm just going to shut off the game and say, nope, not doing that. I'm not interested in that, right? Basically, what then needs to happen is that other aspects of the game need to be out of the world great to outweigh having these really bad moments, right? And for a time, that were, for example, raids for me in Destiny, right? So Destiny 1 had incredible raids. It was the first, or still is, like, Destiny is the only first-person shooter that has great gameplay and has these incredible raids, right? That's an incredibly unique thing that Destiny is pulling off, right? And for the longest time, that's what kept me going, right? That's what kept me from turning away from the game, because I knew that there was this really, really awesome content in the game that I wanted to explore and enjoy. But over time, all of the rest became so, like, so bad to the point where it literally could be, it was irreversibly bad, right? Whatever they did to the story afterwards would never outweigh how completely destroyed the story was, basically at this, especially at the start of Destiny 2, right? They fucked it up so much that it was irreversibly destroyed for me, right? And at that point, even the good raids couldn't keep me playing the game because the rest was just so incredibly awful. And that happens so many times in video games where for example, you know, I look at the absolutely incredible world of Red Dead Redemption 2. I still haven't gone back to that game because the pacing of the story was so awful, and there are so many things that just don't make any sense and are completely illogical, and the gameplay just doesn't fit together with the story at all. The gameplay doesn't even fit together with it being an open world, right? It's this incredible open world, yet the gameplay and the missions are designed as if you're playing like a linear game from like 2002, right? GTA 3 had better mission design than Red Dead Redemption 2. And yet the world is incredible and it looks incredible, but yeah, and to bring this back to 13 Sentinels, this has been a long rant, hasn't it? To bring it back to 13 Sentinels now, what I find really, really surprising, and I honestly didn't expect from this game, like, I expected a good story because people were saying that it had that, but this game is just incredibly engaging in that it throws these things at you that really, like, test your brain. Right? And it doesn't hold back. It's not like pandering to you. It's not assuming that you're a 6-year-old who just wants to have fun playing a video game, right? It's actually respecting your time. It's actually respecting you as an adult, which is a weird thing to say, but sadly most games just straight up don't do that, right? And the problem is, if you don't do that, then, and that's my point here, if you don't respect me as an intelligent adult, then you need to make your game so incredibly good in other aspects that it's almost impossible to do that, right? Especially with AAA games nowadays, their development teams, like, they're getting larger and larger, right? It's getting more expensive. It's getting harder for publishers to, you know, push projects through because they're taking such a huge risk. But then you look at it and you kind of go, like Cyberpunk, for example, right? You look at it and you're kind of confused as to why the game's the thing in the first place, because it's just so bad in a lot of ways, right? And the goods just don't outweigh the bads. And it's to me, it's almost about this, right? Sort of respecting you as a player. Not only respecting your time, you don't always need to respect the player's time. There are times where you don't want to do that purposefully, right? But just this feeling of, well, why am I even playing, right? Like, if I need an hour to get to a good part and all of the hour in between is just incredibly mediocre or even awful, then it's gonna be like, that moment after that hour needs to be absolutely exceptional. And I don't know why more games aren't doing it like 13 Sentinels here, where I think that 13 Sentinels, whatever the story turns out to be, I think doesn't even need to be the most incredible thing ever, because the whole setup is done in a way where I think, you know, just maybe even doing the logical thing is already incredible because of the way it's been set up, right? I don't know. At the end of the day, I think I just wish that more games would maybe think a bit more about what they're doing and about how they set up their stuff. And I guess I wish more things would just respect you as an intelligent person rather than an idiot, right? Oh well. Let's see how much further we can take this in 13 Sentinels now. Yuki is locked now. So we'll continue with Shinonome. Let's see what her setup is. She's also a really intriguing character, because she's also the character that I think at this point we've seen the least of, basically. Let's see where this goes.
Of course. Mr. Ida!
Shinonome-kun.
I have a question regarding what we talked about today. Will you answer it for me?
I didn't expect the school to look this similar in 2064, to be honest. That's an interesting setup. Also, she's not wearing her headband.
Mr. Ida?
I thought I had made myself clear. You are to avoid contact with me while at school. I will make an exception this once. What is your question?
It's about your feelings, Mr. Ida. You said I was special.
You are special.
The thing is, I felt it too. The moment you arrived, I knew you'd be special. That something might happen between us.
Yeah, no. I think he means you're special in a way that he can use you as a Sentinel pilot or something?
Mr. Ida, the substitute teacher. He's here to fill in while our teacher is on maternity leave. I've come to find he's quite mysterious, and comes with his own set of secrets. Mr. Ida, I've never felt this way before. Just thinking about you makes me...
I have already explained to you what my position is. While you are important to me, to all of us, you and the rest of those chosen as pilots, your well-being is of the utmost importance to the mission. You do understand what I'm saying, don't you? Please don't cause any trouble for me, Shinonome-kun.
Why is he being so open with her about pilots and stuff? Also, is this the time she's actually from? Because what's up with her future self in 2188 then?
It is true you are quite exceptional, Shinonome-kun. Your intelligence and adaptability are above average. And your piloting technique is more than sufficient. With you on our side, we stand a real chance. But you must be fully committed to the cause. To achieve victory, one must prepare with a full heart and great tenacity.
The internet has been talking of nothing but what happened last week. A group of invaders had come ashore. Their attack held back by a mysterious robot.
What? A group of invaders on the shore?
Mr. Ida, is your only desire to put me inside one of those things?
If we don't defend against the attacks on this city, it is no exaggeration when I say that the world will be destroyed. We succeeded in defeating them in the first battle. By ensuring that they were unable to reach the heart of the city, we were able to minimize the damage that was done. But the invasion is just beginning. That attack is nothing compared to what's coming.
Hey, what's going on here?
So that was interesting. They were basically able to hold off the Kaiju invasion for like a week. So is this a timeline where they have already developed the Sentinels to a point where they're really, really good against the Kaiju? Because at least it felt like I don't really know, but it felt like in the other times where we've seen Kaiju attacks that they basically happened like almost with no warning and with such a force that even, you know, trying to defend the city with Sentinels never really meant much at the end, possibly. What is he doing here?
Hey, Kun.
Weren't you the one that said not to contact you?
Oh.
What do you want with Ryoko-senpai?
Sekigahara-kun.
Stop, Akun. I'm the one who has to talk to him.
Senpai...
That is true. Nevertheless, we're drawing attention to ourselves. I'm leaving.
Wait. I'll do it. If it's what you want, then I'll fight.
Are you certain?
Yes. I've made up my mind.
Then we will meet after school. I'll give you more details then.
Wait. I'm in too.
You will fight as well?
Yeah. I'll do it. I'll go with Ryoko-senpai.
That is excellent news. Then I will see you after school as well.
Are you sure about this?
I am.
Ryoko.
It's still kind of it's still really interesting to me how they're bringing feelings of the people into this. Oh, hello.
Area B2, Matsuyuki Cho secured.
Area D7, 23 remain in the 7th wave.
Number 14 has secured a path. Just a little more. Don't stop. You're almost there.
Number 14 has taken damage.
Shinonome-kun, pull back.
No, I can still do this.
Number 17, assist number 14. Number 17. No response.
It's not Snow technically, right?
Miss Morimura, something's wrong. I'm not getting a response from Sekigahara either.
Systems being attacked.
From where?
Through the laser link.
What?
The attack is originating from number 15.
Sekigahara-kun?
Sekigahara is transmitting it to every Sentinel.
What's happening? Our defenses are down.
Juro, fall back! Our position has become critical.
What's going on? My head... it's throbbing.
Both Sentinels are showing abnormalities in their system.
I can't move.
So Sekigahara is manipulating them? I was wondering why he was there, right?
The line is going to collapse.
I can't shut off the link. We're going to lose all units at this rate.
They're going to be wiped out.
Use the force transmit code on all units.
But we don't have time to adjust the settings.
Do it as is.
The link will be shut off that way. But we'll have no idea where they go.
The pilots' lives are the priority.
So they're trying to shift them in order to save them.
Number 16 and 13 have begun transmitting. Number 12 and 19 transmitted.
Number 14 has completed transmission. No response from the others.
How did this happen?
The kaiju are almost here. We need to go. We can figure out the reason afterward.
I was able to access the autonomous type number 8. We can buy time with that. You two, head for the gate.
Ida-kun.
Please hurry. I'd rather not die a meaningless death.
Miss Morimura, we need to go.
Now we're in 2020. Oh, okay. Oh, so this was right after they were transmitted from that point in time?
All these kids, because of him.
What's going on with the screen? It's a weird effect. Okay, it's in the game now. Though I was worried for a second. That's a weird effect that they did there with the screen shake every, I don't know, 5 seconds or something. Okay, so were they basically accidentally shifted to 2025 after 2025 was already destroyed? Because how does that make sense? I mean, they would still be safe, I guess, at least for the time being. And what happened there? Like, okay, so something's definitely going on with Sekigahara, right? So one scene, he almost jokingly mentioned that he is part of like an assassin organization from the future, which I guess is supposed to mean that he's either from Shikishima or maybe like a rival company. I don't really know. But then he also he's then also working against whatever the SIU or whoever the SIU is representing, because he's fighting against those men in black. So I have absolutely not the faintest clue where Sekigahara might be from or what his options are. I don't know what this laser link is that they were talking about. Maybe that's some sort of link to a potential orbiting station or orbiting satellite or something that is somehow controlling the Sentinels as well, or at least allowing them to be monitored or something. Don't really know how that would work. And then they I mean, I think there was like another scene that we saw somewhere where it seemed like a Sentinel had been taken over by potentially the Deimos Code, or at least, had been hacked more or less and potentially joined the Kaiju side. So I wonder if somehow Sekigahara sort of smuggled his way into the group of Sentinel pilots, but his actual objective was to maybe manipulate the whole attack. Hey, Chaos Ghost! Thanks for the raid! Hello, everybody. I saw you earlier while I was eating breakfast, playing Final Fantasy again, right? I'm still trying to wrap my mind around this game. It's really, really getting complicated at this point. I hope you had a great stream. FF10, I really need to go back and play the older Final Fantasies. I really want to do that at some point. I just really hate that they haven't released the pixel remasters on PlayStation. I would have liked to play them on PlayStation, but yeah, I'm definitely at one point in the future I do want to do like all Final Fantasies back to back. That would be great. Though probably would take a long time. Well, I guess let's see how the scene continues, though. I don't really know. So the pilots in this case should know about that they've been shifted from 2064 then, I guess. Unless they've lost their memories because they've been hacked? Or partially lost their memories? Yeah, I don't know what they're doing with the whole Pixel remaster release thing. Because they're on mobile as well, right? So, and it's just, I don't think you can even with all the like streaming stuff and whatever they've now released with the PlayStation Plus upgrade and things like that, I think there's actually no way to access Final Fantasy 1 through 6. I think on PlayStation, unless there's some, I mean, maybe you might be able to somehow buy the like PlayStation 1 versions or something. But then again, those were like earlier, right? They weren't on PlayStation 1. But yeah, it's really, really weird. No idea why they don't release them. It's as if they don't want more money, but I don't know, because I would have bought them in an instant. Okay, let's see. What is she?
Mr. Ida. He stayed on the battlefield to the very end. All so we could escape.
Also, really, really surprised. What the hell is Miwako doing here? Is she like a Sentinel pilot too, or did somebody else somehow rescue her? Why does he have a gun? Or is that somebody else's gun?
This must be his hideout. 426 is a dangerous criminal. It'd be foolish to go in unarmed. Remember what Mr. Ida said. To achieve victory, one must prepare with great tenacity.
426. It's not the first time that we heard that number, but I think it was never made clear that it's a criminal?
Prisoner number 426. That's what he was called when imprisoned in the future. And now he travels through time, trying to thwart our work.
So is that referencing Sekigahara? Is he really trying to maybe even go back to all the different times to manipulate the Sentinel project somehow? What would that number be referencing though? 426? That seems strangely random. Might be considered, connected to the note though, that he, like Sekigahara himself, found on the dead Morimura during that one scene. But I think the number on the paper was different. But why are they calling him 426 though? Wouldn't that mean that they already know something about him? But if she now knows, or if she just said something about a dangerous criminal, she knows that, how was Sekigahara then able to enter a Sentinel and potentially manipulate the whole project, unless she's actually talking about somebody else?
This must be his hideout.
Oh, I think I'm supposed to pick up the gun, right?
What to achieve, one must
yeah.
A gun made in the 2100s. If it comes down to it, I'll use this on him.
It's 2100s.
There's still some ammo left.
Also still wondering how they brought all of that technology back through time. Sentinels I can see, but because they apparently have some sort of technology within them to be shifted, but these smaller things, unless they just carry that on themselves. Hello?
Ryoko-san.
I've got you cornered now, 426. It's time to pay for what you've done.
Also, why would he be here? Didn't we just... I mean, if this is actually following the previous scene, didn't they basically say something like they don't even know where they're shifting them or transmitting them? Because they didn't have any time to properly sort of calculate that or prepare the time shift? Unless, well, if he's connected to all the Sentinels, I guess he could just sort of follow them to the same point in time, possibly.
There's nowhere left to run, 426.
Who told you I was 426?
I saw the access logs. It was you, Sekigahara. The program that infected the Sentinels. It was created with 426's ID.
Looks like someone left some foolish evidence behind.
But I have absolutely no clue what he would be trying to achieve with that. Like, so he... I don't know, is trying to destroy humanity? Or, like, what's his goal? Why would he manipulate the Sentinels?
Whatever it is you're trying to do now, I don't care. But I can't forgive you for what you did to Mr. Ida. Because of you, he's...
You're still going on about Ida?
We're done talking. I should kill you right here.
Then do it. Shoot me. Go on.
I'm serious. I'll do it. Huh?
The trigger's locked. I'm the registered user. It won't shoot me.
Ah, okay. Clever. So they're nanomachine locked, basically, to whoever they're registered to. What is Sekigahara's role in all of this? If we had just... The thing is, right, if we had just seen Sekigahara as somebody who opposed the other characters, that would be one thing, right? Then he would be maybe some sort of bad future organization, whatever, right? But we also saw him losing his memories. We saw him relating messages to himself in a way that made him then run away from those men in black we would presume he was working with. So even he doesn't seem to be always fully aware of what he's doing or why he's doing it, or...
I'll take you on myself.
Really? With those injuries? Besides...
What are you doing?
Empty. Like I thought. They'll wear off soon. I'm sorry, Ryoko-san. I tried. But I couldn't save you.
It's her memories being... What the fuck is going on? Save you? See, that's why I think he isn't necessarily a bad person or something, right? Because I feel like one thing that has been quite clear throughout basically all of this game is that it always seems as if nobody actually knows what's going on. They're all working on some sort of assumption of what they should be doing in order to avoid the oncoming catastrophe, right? So now I think that maybe what's going on is that Sekigahara maybe knows more about Shinonome at this point than she herself does, in terms of maybe he manipulated the Sentinels on purpose so that they would be shifted through time, because he knew that the battle was going to end badly for them, right? So instead of losing them and their Sentinels potentially being destroyed, he basically infected the Sentinels with some sort of malicious code so that they would be forced to shift them, therefore actually saving them so that they might be useful in another future fight against the kaiju. But then again, why did he say something like he couldn't save her? I mean, she was still alive, wasn't she? But then we also don't really know what the hell is going on with those memory pills. Maybe he's not even saving them from the kaiju, maybe he's saving them from either themselves or the nanomachines within them or their future self. There are just so many possibilities at this point that just a sentence like that doesn't really tell you much at all about what he might potentially be up to. Okay, so now we get her character file. Ryoko Shinonome comes from the future, the destroyed world of 2064. So that's where she's originally from, okay. Ever since the battle in 2064, her memories have been getting clouded. As her feelings towards Tetsuya Ida fuel her desire for revenge, she tenaciously seeks the culprit behind the incident. Unless she regularly takes her medication, she suffers an intense headache and amnesia. So maybe I'm actually misinterpreting the pills in a way, because I've strictly thought about them as being either for accessing or like re-accessing memories or sort of shutting them away. But I think, I mean, if we assume that the nanomachine, like them piloting the Sentinels for too long is messing with the nanomachines inside their heads, if that is true, then maybe she has to take the pills and basically she has to suppress her memories, because otherwise remembering that stuff would like not only bring back her memories, but also maybe somehow affect the nanomachines so much that they would destroy her brain in a way, right? Many of the first-year students will call her Shinonome Senpai. Senpai, defined as someone who preceded you in an organization, is used as an honorific way to show respect to senior or superior. This is often used at school or place of work. It's interesting that they explain the term here specifically. Makes sense, but interesting. I guess mostly because it's a bit strange, maybe, even for the people who know what senpai means, that they would call her that, because, well, I mean, I think she's supposed to be like a second year, right? Okay, so The problem is it's really, really hard to gauge sort of about the other scenes. I guess most of the other scenes where we've seen her being in was after all of this happened. But then... is she... That would mean that she would be shifted from 2025 to 1985 at some point after that, right? And all of the others would, essentially. Really doesn't give us much about her. And all of the other updates are for things I haven't unlocked yet. I'm actually really looking forward to doing the destruction part again, because that'll allow us to unlock more and more mystery files. But I definitely want to continue the story stuff until I can't anymore. With the one she cherishes taken away, Ryoko Shinonome vowed revenge. She went after anyone she believed to be 426, but she lost consciousness due to severe headaches. The thing is just, if Sekigahara potentially infected the Sentinels on purpose to force them to shift them in order to save them, I guess he's just like the sort of negative consequences of that as and being regarded as a traitor or something, he's just okay with that for whatever reason.
Yes.
Let's see where this continues. Oh, I actually forgot. Didn't we actually see?
Take your time. Do you know where you are? Shinonome-san?
I just remembered. Which of the characters was it where we were in 2025 and saw the destroyed world? Didn't we already see how they got shifted back to 1985? And how she got to the nurse's office? I feel like we've seen that scene, but then again, might have been also another scene that's just connected to all of these scenes as well.
Do you know what year it is?
1985.
What's the last thing you remember?
426. He got away from me. I won't let him escape next time.
I see. All right.
Does Morimura know? Wait, what is the? Why is the scene doing this weird? Is that a bug? Or is that her? Is that on purpose? Why is it? Why is it doing that? Is that her memory acting up? Like, are we supposed to think that? Oh no, I don't want to end the adventure. I guess that's because something's going on with her. I wonder if at this point, like, does Morimura know who 426 is and what's up with that? Because if so, this would be a Morimura that is definitely way further in sort of, let's call it her own timeline than the Morimura we just saw during the battle scene? Because wouldn't she have known that Sekigahara would betray them, potentially? Unless she knew it and still let it happen because she knew that it had to have it had to happen?
How are you feeling?
My head really hurts.
Maybe I should keep you here for further observation.
My internal clock just needs a bit to readjust.
You're putting too much of a burden on your nervous system. You need to stop shifting. Do you still have your pills? Make sure you're taking them.
Also, is it just me or does it sound more machine-like when they're talking? As if she's not really Like as if her ears, something's wrong with those.
This should make me feel a little better.
Ah, now the effect stopped as well. That's actually really, really cool. Right, now the screen isn't shaking anymore. Is she an android, possibly? Like, what's up with that effect? That seems strange to me.
These pills are hard to swallow, but it's the only way these headaches will go away.
Like, obviously it could just be, but it could be nanomachines in her brain acting up, but it could also be that she's not actually human. I don't know, somehow the effect just seemed to suggest that somehow. Maybe I'm actually interpreting too much in this particular scene.
Take those when your headaches start to get bad. The medicine is a bit strong. You may experience some temporary side effects. But don't worry, your memories will return quickly.
But I also wonder, why would she be the only one that has problems with that? Because aren't the other characters shifted through time just as much as her? Or is there something special about her specifically where she got shifted multiple times, or way, way more than the other ones for some reason? Or maybe it's just that she's not really able to handle it that well?
I need to go back.
You can't time travel right now.
But I need to fix the Sentinels before the invasion begins. You can't stop me. I need to go after him.
I'm not trying to stop you. We just can't use the gate right now.
Why is that? Did Goda just come in? Yeah.
Are you alright?
Who are you?
Miss Morimura.
Doesn't remember him?
Are you still overworking her?
I've had no choice.
The coordinates for shifting through time. They're set in 40-year intervals, so he can't travel freely.
Can only travel every 40 years, but...
The coordinates, they're set in so he can't...
Wouldn't you have known that already? Does that make sense with how she just said that? I mean, wouldn't you have known that you can't do anything?
The invaders appeared in 2064. They destroyed the world. But they won't stop. They're coming for us here, too.
So she really knows a lot about what's going on, yet it still seems as if she's not really... I don't know. Yeah, it's just sort of kind of...
Why can't we time travel right now?
The gate has been sealed by someone. I'm looking into it.
The gate is locked. There's only one person who could have done it. It's him. It has to be. 426. The one that set up the gates in the first place.
What?
So we're stuck here? In the past?
He set up the gates and... Like, what the hell is going on? Okay. He set up the gates in the first place. But everybody else keeps using them? What the hell is Sekigahara's deal? And also, it's such a... So she says they're only capable of basically travel in like 40-year intervals, yet the way Morimura spoke about the gate made it seem that if they could theoretically unseal it, they would have no trouble jumping through time, right? So, does that mean that they can travel through time anytime they want, but it's still in 40-year intervals? Or can they really only travel every 40 years, but it can theoretically be adjusted? I don't... Like, what?
And you are?
Rinya Goto, a second year, like you. I've been assigned to offer you support.
The source of the disaster that will destroy the world. If we don't capture 426, there's no way we'll be able to withstand the invasion.
Source of the disaster that will destroy the world. Is he really, though?
It's a pleasure to be working with you.
I'll fix it as soon as I can.
So weird how they're talking about 426. Or are they referencing him by the number? Because it's not actually Sekigahara necessarily, but rather... Maybe 426 is sort of a concept or a group of characters, or...
It's only a matter of time before 426 makes contact with someone. I need the list of those who are compatible. Of course, that includes the people of this era, too.
I'll see what I can do.
There's no other option. If we don't find him, the result will be worse than anything we imagined. Or would you rather I go ask the students, one by one?
Fine. The file is on my desk. It isn't everyone, but it does list those who are compatible at the school.
Humans with the capacity to pilot the Sentinels. They have already been identified in the future.
See, this really... Doesn't that mean that they basically don't really even know what's going on? Really? Do they even know about the nanomachines, for example? Or are they just assuming that there's some sort of... I don't know, not necessarily magical, but definitely some sort of... Because... Right? Just put yourself in the position of somebody who doesn't know that the nanomachines would have been developed in the far future, and that they're a thing, and that they're also present already because they sort of somehow got back in time. You'd probably assume that somehow the way the Sentinels work is maybe that they're either connected to the specific DNA or something of these kids, right? So you wouldn't necessarily assume that it has anything, like if you didn't know about the nanomachines, which I don't know if they do, you'd probably assume that it is some sort of DNA thing or something else, right, that locks them from only being usable by certain people. Whereas, as far as we know, it's actually the nanomachines doing that, and somehow they can also be altered and manipulated, and we don't really know what's going on with that either. I don't know, sometimes they talk like they know a lot, right? At least they know a lot about the events that are happening or going to happen. Yet at other times it feels like they don't know stuff at all about why it's happening, right? Or, for example, what the kaiju really are. And the whole Sekigahara thing as well.
If I get any information on him, I'll let you know immediately.
I don't need any help. I can do this on my own.
It's too dangerous for you. Please, go with him. This isn't 2065. You will follow my orders. Goto-kun, I leave her to you.
Understood.
We're counting on you.
So this is it. The plan to gather all the compatible ones. 4 girls, including myself. Wait, only girls?
Because that also seems so strange, right? List of compatible ones. It's just that we still don't have the faintest clue where the, I would say, quote-unquote, origin point of all of this is, right? So, like, we still really don't know who originally came up with the Sentinels, because it seems so strange that we actually now know quite a lot about the kaiju, and it sort of makes so much sense in terms of how they apparently were designed or why they were designed. Who came up with Sentinels, though? At what point in time did they come up with them? How are they connected to all this time shifting? And, like, it really feels as if, you know, maybe her future self or whoever that was in the far future did something malicious where they may have wanted to get rid of all of humanity and reprogrammed the kaiju to do that. And then now suddenly all of these characters that we're following, they all work off of completely sort of wrong assumptions. Nobody actually really knows what's going on. And they're all, like, very, very slowly finding out about that. It's just that with how non-linear the story has been up until this point, I do really wonder why we didn't really get a scene. I mean, obviously from a storytelling perspective it makes sense, but still interesting that we didn't have a scene yet where it seemed somebody actually knew what was going on, right? Except maybe those scenes from like 2188.
Fuyusaka and Kisaragi, Class 1B. Yakushiji in 1C. All of the compatible girls are first years.
Seems like a very specific hint.
These files are only for the girls.
That's all we have here. Goto-kun has information on the boys. You can consult with him.
Okay. Somebody is doing weird construction outside.
I don't have the list. Therefore, I don't know. Renya Goto has the information I need. Tell me who the compatible boys are.
Why would they split up the information about that?
But there's something I'd like to ask you first. I wonder, why do you hate 426 so much?
Are you serious? The fate of the world is at stake.
Even so, I sense your hatred stems from something else.
Again, what a weird specific question. Like, if you just knew that 426 was somebody who manipulated the entire project and basically is now responsible for killing all of humanity, why would you ask her reasons like that? Unless you already either know or have some sort of notion about him not actually being a traitor, right?
Because he ruined the Sentinels. Because he destroyed my home. That thing deserves no sympathy. 426 is not human. He's an AI created in the future. And now, he calls himself Ace Sekigahara.
What is that response? As if he already knows that. He's an AI? Really? So his body is also an android, then? That's yet another piece of information that is really, really hard to place within everything, right? What would this AI be, and what is this AI trying to do, and why? And how? So the AI was able to infiltrate the Sentinel project somehow, or like, huh?
A picture of 426. He calls himself Ace Sekigahara now, but he's gone into hiding. The one that ruined the Sentinels. The disaster that will destroy the world. If we don't capture 426, there's no way we'll be able to withstand the invasion.
Huh.
Tell me who the compatible boys are. 426 could try and contact one of them. Or maybe he already has.
According to the clock on the wall, it is time for lunch.
What?
They should be in the cafeteria now. Let's go.
Okay. I don't know, they just seem way too unconcerned about this killer AI walking around, right? Also, they're, like, if the AI is just within Ace Sekigahara, wouldn't they just be able to kill him and be done with it? Unless it doesn't work, because the AI could just create somebody else, and it's easier to just keep an eye on him rather than... But wouldn't the AI also expect that? Like, his actions so far, at least the ones that we've seen, don't really seem to be like the most advanced sort of plan an AI might follow. Like, huh?
So crowded. I don't have the list. Therefore, I don't know. Renya Goto has the information I need. Fuyusaka and Kisaragi, Class 1B. Yakushiji in 1C. No, the girls can wait. I need to focus on the boys first.
Why is that so important to her anyways? Like, overall, of course, in the grand scheme of things, it is important, but... Like, for example, why would it help her to see them?
So, where are the compatible ones?
I don't see any from here.
Huh? Shinonome-senpai.
Good timing. We were just looking for you.
My head. It hurts.
Why is this happening? Like, this feels like more than just her memories giving her trouble.
I can't go on.
Almost as if...
My head feels like it's splitting.
It's almost as if something inside the other pilots is messing with her nanomachines or something. Maybe the other ones, or maybe she, like, maybe there's some sort of, like, malicious code going on that is somehow trying to access her nanomachines or something. Or vice versa, that she is unknowingly transmitting something to them.
That's Shu Amiguchi. He's one of them.
Huh?
So crowded.
What?
Fuyusaka and Yakushi... No, I need to focus...
Why is the scene... What?
So, where are the compatible...
I don't... Huh? Shinonome-senpai.
Good timing. We were just looking for you.
Why is the scene repeating? Do I need to go somewhere else? Like, did I...
look like I can push my way through.
That's Shu Amiguchi. He's one of them.
And now we can just talk to him?
I have a question for you. Have you seen someone that looks like this?
No, never seen him.
I see.
Oh!
The hell was Goto's response there?
Were you able to get your bread? You need my help with anything? About last time, I wasn't able to do anything then. But I want to make up for it.
You did try. And I'm grateful to you for that.
Where are you going?
Would you quit talking to me in front of other people?
I really like Yuki.
What is this strange feeling? When I see him talking to another girl, my chest feels so tight. It feels like I'm jealous. No, about him? That's ridiculous. There's no way. My head... it hurts.
Okay, so... Maybe I did misinterpret that, because I was thinking about that. Like, Tetsuya Ida and Renya Goto seemed so similar that I sort of assumed... Maybe it was because of the glasses or their hair. Ah, shit, I should have thought...
Feels like it's splitting. This should make me feel a little better.
Let me just pause real quick, unless she like gets the problems again. So she likes Tetsuya Ida, right? Does her strange feeling is that supposed to suggest that Shu Amiguchi is the younger version of Tetsuya Ida? That doesn't seem right. They seem like completely different people. Unless... You know what would be pretty fucked up? If somehow... I know I'm talking a lot about nanomachines, but like if that's... I mean, that's definitely a thing, right? It might not even be the nanomachines. It might be something else entirely, but I have wondered why they specifically bring up these sort of feelings and romances for each other, right? Because they're not really going anywhere with that, so far at least. They've come up, they've also played a part in what people are doing, and like, they're definitely... the quote-unquote romance or the feelings that some of the characters have for each other seem to be sometimes very, very like stark or very strong sort of driving forces behind their actions. But in an almost sort of too intense way, right? I mean, yes, we're talking about teenagers here, but still, I mean, I don't know, something about that feels just slightly off, right? As if it's too much, as if it's too... I don't know, that other scene, for example, who was that? Was that Fuyusaka, right? Who had that same reaction to Sekigahara when she ran into him, and then later on his motorcycle, didn't she basically say that she loved him before she even knew his name? So that makes me think that maybe there are some sort of weird, as if maybe, like, I don't know the reason, but just sort of, right, if it's the nanomachines, for example, right, it almost seems as if somehow someone might have maybe quote unquote programmed those feelings into the characters so that they're sort of naturally drawn towards each other, but they also have motivation or a motive for doing things, right? I wonder if they're sort of purposefully manipulated into feeling like that so that whoever, you know, is responsible for the Sentinel project or whoever wants them to do anything is able, through that manipulation of feelings, to make them do certain things, right? Make them think certain things or make certain actions happen. I don't know, because it seems so specific sometimes how they're bringing it up.
Shu Amiguchi. I get a strange feeling when I think about him. It's almost like I'm in love with him. Fuyusaka and Kisaragi, Class 1B. Yakushiji in 1C. All of the compatible girls are first years. The first year classrooms are on the 3rd floor.
Now what?
I don't know, you tell me. Can I do anything else here?
Where are you going?
Well, let's go there first.
Where are the compatible ones? I should look at the pictures in their files.
What's up with the music all of a sudden?
I don't see them.
What's up with Goto? And his weird stance, almost as if he's waiting for something to happen to her. And did you just see the look that he's basically throwing towards the camera, more or less? Unless he knows way more than she does, or, yeah, as if he's, I don't know, weirdly waiting for something to happen to her, or...
He calls himself A Sekigahara now, but he's gone into hiding. If I show his picture to the compatible ones, maybe I can figure out who he came into contact with last.
I mean, Eerie should know who he is, right?
My head.
Okay, again. So that happens every time she gets close to somebody who's compatible. Question being, why?
Kisaragi. This should make me feel a little better.
What is happening to her when she gets close to compatible people?
Kisaragi-san, can I talk to you? Goto-senpai! Is there something I can help you with? Anything at all? Yeah? Do you like sweets, senpai?
Oh, no.
What sort of women do you like?
That's a very direct question.
What do you do on your days off?
I'd rather not say.
Do you like sweets, senpai?
Oh.
I still don't understand how Miwako was in that 2025 scene, though.
What do you do on your days off? Have you seen this person before?
I'd rather not say.
Do you like sweets, senpai?
Wait.
Oh, no.
What the hell is going on now?
Hey, what's going on? Why are you doing this? You need to run.
What's
What?
going on? Did something happen?
Yeah, all good. Come on, Nibuko, let's go.
My head. It hurts.
I need to run?
Run away? Why do I need to run?
That's something to do with a message that she sent to herself for some reason?
You don't have to follow me.
Don't say it like that. My job is to help you.
I don't think it is.
I can't go on. My head feels like it's splitting. This should make me feel a little better.
Why don't you tell me what you've gathered so far, so I can better assist you?
Why did you say run away? What the hell is going on?
You probably think I look awful.
That is true. Those injured, frail arms. To think they could produce such raw power. It's hard to comprehend.
You saw that?
The last battle. I was assisting Miss Morimura. Now what?
Run away? Why would she say that? Unless, well, there could be that weird alternate version of Tomi Kisaragi, right? Maybe somehow her weird... Okay, it's happening again. She needs to take a lot of those pills. Holy shit. That can't be healthy.
This should make me...
So what's going on with the music? Holy fuck. It's actually kind of freaking me out. Wait, can we not talk to her? What?
Look, it's Goto-senpai. Oh, it is.
He's so hot!
Student council elections are coming up.
He's running for president, right?
Really? That's amazing. Smart and handsome.
Everything a girl could want. Megumi Yakushiji.
Hey, look at that girl with Goto-senpai.
That's Shinonome-senpai, right?
The one from the rumors? Yeah,
What rumors?
her. I guess she got hurt in some accident.
But why is she with Goto-senpai?
You don't think
My head.
his girlfriend?
It hurts. What? No way! This should make me feel... Yakushiji-san, can I talk to you?
I really can't make sense of this.
Have you seen this person before? That's 426, isn't it? You know him? I mean, I've heard about him enough times by now. So Morimura told you. You know, the way you're acting, it's going to be difficult for you to pilot number 14. Number 14?
The way she's acting? What the hell does that mean? Is there something going on with 426? It's as if they know that she shouldn't look for him, but...
Number 14. Number 14 is my sentinel.
Okay, let's remember that first. That was a really, really strange scene. So now, is this the, connecting back to the other scene with Yuki? Or maybe not.
This is number 14, the one you piloted. I'm glad we were able to recover it.
What is Megumi doing here?
Even in Shikishima's largest hangar, it was barely able to fit. Transporting it here was quite the challenge as well. But now including number 14 here, We've been able to recover 3 Sentinels after the incident.
It's not a lot.
Unfortunately, the new models are all still missing. We also have yet to find number 12.
And Okino-kun, too. So are the Sentinels fixed?
With the systems infected as they are, repairing them will be no easy task. And now that he's taken control of the Sentinels...
So unless we capture 426, we won't be able to use the Sentinels.
That's weird. She's remembering about this now, right? But I don't know, this just... Somehow this doesn't fit to Morimura's reaction in the hospital, like the school hospital bed.
What's her deal?
Oh, yes. Let me introduce you. This is Megumi Yakushiji-san.
Hello.
She's one of the compatible from the year 2025.
So they do know each other. What the hell happened in between these scenes?
Worst case scenario, she will be piloting the Sentinel instead of you.
What? I won't allow it.
Piloting effectively is not possible in your condition.
But number 14... Mr. Ida chose me for it. It's my Sentinel. Then you're the one who should have been in it.
Wait, I thought she was. What was that comment about?
If you're really that possessive of it, then why didn't you fight instead of Juro? It doesn't matter. You'll forget this too. Just like everything else.
Yakushiji-san!
What? I thought Juro was in... Wasn't he in Sentinel number 12? Maybe not? What? Whatever Megumi was just talking about, Shinonome clearly forgot about. Right? Like, the way she acted, she definitely thought that nobody else had ever taken control of her own Sentinel, but apparently Juro did? How is that even important? Like, what? Where the hell does that sort of fit into everything? Also, this is a weird thing to add, right? He comes from the distant future of 2065? Yeah, not really, right? If he's some sort of advanced AI that somehow has a body now, wouldn't he be from way further into the future? I also still find this description of being from another dimension really weird. I mean, obviously it's from like one of the earliest scenes, but still. Oh, right, I forgot about that as well. Ryoko Shinonome was like a big sister to Sekigahara, who spent a lot of time alone when his parents weren't around. Sekigahara is Shinonome's family, and he only wants her to be happy. Why? That doesn't fit together with him apparently, supposedly being an AI at all, right? What a strange character. What the hell is going on with him? Okay. No other updates that I can actually read. Okay, give me a couple of seconds here. I just need to do a quick toilet break. Be right back. Okay, I'm back. I just got myself bit of my own pills. Bit more coffee. Usually I don't drink like a second cup of coffee, but sometimes that's just needed, and I think I'm a little bit more tired than usual, so. It is still warm. Fortunately with coffee, it's from this morning, right? Even if you put it in, like even if you keep it warm, it just doesn't taste that great anymore. Well. It's fine. Okay, we can continue our story. Well, that's going to be interesting. While searching for a lead on 426, why am I trying to call it 246? Ryoki Shinonome recalled the memory of her own Sentinel when she met her replacement pilot, Megumi Yakushiji, at the Sentinel hangar. Okay, class hallway. There is another way we can go here as well. Surveillance footage. What the hell? The hell? Okay. Let's see where else this leads us.
Easy. Take your time. Do you know where you are?
Number 14. Number 14 is my Sentinel.
Again, this interesting structure with basically the same scene repeating, but now she has access to more memories, right? I'm still really intrigued by why they chose to do it this way. Like, this has to have some sort of meaning. Why these scenes keep repeating, but with more information, right? As if they're actually repeating in time.
Are you all right?
Wait. What am I able to talk about?
Take those when your headaches start to get bad. The medicine is a bit strong. You may experience some temporary side effects. But don't worry, your memories will return quickly.
My head... it hurts.
So far, the pills only seem to help, though, right? I mean, there's definitely something nefarious going on with them, but side effects? We haven't really seen. Every time she takes the pills, whatever weird thing that's happening is getting better. But then again, maybe her quote-unquote head needs to split, right? I mean, maybe that's her memories actually returning and she should stop taking the pills.
Answer the question.
1985. I know what you're going to say. I'm fine, all right?
I see.
I just forgot to take my pills, that's all.
We're still unable to time travel.
I already know that. Just tell me when it's fixed.
There must be some sort of clue. Something that happened in 2064.
Clue to what? What happened?
You should get some rest.
You don't need to worry about me.
Okay, and this time we can't take the papers, apparently.
Where are you going?
Stop following me.
That's not happening.
This is actually one of the most mysterious scenes we've had so far. Let's see, can I talk to those two before, right?
Look, it's Goto-senpai. It is.
Okay.
He's so hot.
Yori doesn't seem to be here.
He's running for president, right?
Really? That's amazing. Smart and handsome.
You don't have to follow me.
Don't say it like that. My job is to help you.
Doesn't seem likely.
It doesn't indeed. Can't access the classroom though. Let's talk to her again.
Can I talk to you? I guess there's really nothing you can do about it.
Do about what?
You know, your condition.
My head. It hurts.
Also, have we ever seen anybody else take the pill? Somehow I always just assumed that... Oh, yes, we did, right? Didn't we, in that one scene in 1944, I think, wasn't it Yuki? Which is also something that we still don't really know, like how Yuki is connected to all of that, and why she was in 1944 all of a sudden. Because... Okay, let me pause real quick because of the pills. I don't want her to have that all the time. But during that scene, we saw... Wait, who was it? Was it Goto as well? Somebody handed them pills, right? So that's why I assumed that maybe whatever these pills are for is just that Shinonome has been exposed to whatever triggers this sort of condition that she has way more than other characters. I can't seem to make sense of what she has, right? I mean, what exactly is wrong with her? Yeah, it might be nanomachines inside the brain, whatever, but why? Right? What happened that triggered this specifically in her and is so bad?
Kisaragi-san, can I talk to you? Goto-senpai! Is there something I can help you with? Anything at all?
Yeah?
Do you like sweets, senpai?
Oh, no.
What sort of women do you like? Did you just tell me to run?
What
do you do on your days off? Goto's distracted.
I'd rather not say.
Go on, ditch him. Do you like sweets, senpai?
Oh, no.
My head. What sort of women do you like? It hurts.
Well...
How do we ditch him, though?
What do you do on your days off?
I'd rather not say.
This should make me feel... Do you like sweets, senpai?
Oh, no.
Can we just... Okay, so we can go to the cafeteria without him? Examine?
A posting about club member recruitment.
Oh, okay.
That doesn't concern me.
Completely strange thing that we can examine all of a sudden.
But I took my pills.
Yeah, maybe you need to stop taking them?
Senpai, are you alright?
This isn't right. I just took some. Shu Amiguchi.
There's something I wanted to ask you, actually. But it doesn't look like right now is a good time. You really don't look so good, you know. Your face is all red, too. Maybe you have a fever?
Just leave me alone. This isn't right. I just...
Okay, so now I can't take them anymore, okay?
Shinonome-senpai?
What is this feeling? I get it. This boy. He reminds me of him. His eyes, the way he acts. It's just like Mr. Ida.
I would have never connected those two together.
I remember now. About Mr. Ida. When I was shifted to this era.
Kamazumi Police Station, interrogation room. So now this connects back to what we had with Yuki, right?
I'll take it from here.
Yes, sir.
Did Yuki find out about why Shinonome was taken? No, the detective didn't really tell us anything because he didn't really know either, right?
Ryoko Shinonome. Female. Teenager. No matches in the registry, no prints on file. According to the written statement, reports repeated falsehoods, possibly delusional. Psychiatric evaluation necessary.
So what? You're gonna get rid of me by claiming I have a mental disorder?
What happened? What did she do in order to be interrogated? Because if she had just sort of broken down on the street, right? If she would have just fallen unconscious or whatever, she wouldn't have been brought into the police. And the same if she would have just, I don't know, if she would have talked quote-unquote crazy shit like about the Sentinels or the future or whatever, they probably would have brought her to a hospital rather than a police station. So what happened?
What about my Sentinel? How are you going to explain that?
We're still investigating. How'd
I
you
guess
get
she was
something that large into the city?
picked up by...
You'd think someone would have seen it.
I guess she's being interrogated because she... But why is she in a normal police station then? Like, think about that, right? If some teenager would suddenly appear in a city with, like, a giant robot, would they be taken into, like, a normal police station? Well, then again, I mean, maybe if... Like, obviously not every city just happened to have a... I don't know, like a secret agency or something within them, right? So, I guess it makes sense in that way.
What even is that thing?
It's a weapon, created to fight kaiju.
Kaiju. The ones you said appeared in 2100? They're mentioned in the statement as well.
2104.
What was that?
They first appeared in the year 2104.
What would she be suddenly doing in that timeline, though? Also, I think that's actually the first... Is this the first time that a kaiju attack in 2104 has actually been mentioned? Because we've seen a lot from the other kaiju attacks, but I don't think... Like, we've been in the year 21 something, but I don't think we've been in... Like, I don't think we've seen a scene from the kaiju attack in 2104 yet. And why would she tell him that? Like, wouldn't she know that she would come off as crazy to normal people? Again, like, that's such a weird... Why be so open about that? Almost as if somebody told her to do that. Or if...
So, if you're from 2104, what are you doing here?
I came from the year 2064. I've told you this already. I don't know why, but when I woke up, I was here.
Your story is just too unbelievable.
My apologies, but all investigations regarding this case will cease immediately.
And that's not suspicious at all. Okay, so she definitely seems to have been shifted in time quite a lot, though, right? So she originally, like, her original timeline is 2064, where an attack happened that somehow shifted her to 2025 or 24 or whatever, that then made it necessary because she landed in like the destroyed part of that timeline. Somehow she then ended up in 1985, or maybe like when did she actually go to 2104 and fight there? If now she's back in 1985. Like, how many times did she like jump around and why? Unless this scene, she at this point in time she hasn't. But that's another thing, right? If she, like, if she's jumped around that much and seen these kaiju attacks in all those different timelines, wouldn't you start to think about, like, that? Does that still make sense? Wouldn't they assume that something else might be going on if all of those timelines at different points in time might be getting attacked? Unless they already know something about why that's happening?
Mr. Ida!
I don't know.
Tetsuya Ida, advisor to the Special Investigations Unit. You will throw out all statements and records and hand over this witness to us.
Again, isn't that kind of weird? Wouldn't he be aware of the fact that the detective at least... I mean, he would know about it still, even if he threw away the files. Like, if I would be that detective, you know, even if I was ordered to throw out files and whatnot, I would just keep, like, a personal diary or something and write that down, right? Just because it's so intriguing. And just keep it in, like, a safe at home or something. I don't know. Just for me personally. Also, I mean, wouldn't Ida be aware of the fact that other people like Yuki, like we've seen, right? Yuki coming in here like half a year later or something. Wouldn't Ida be aware of the fact that that could happen? And that at some point the detective would actually put together the pieces, at least to a degree? I don't know.
Come with me.
It's such a strange
Mr.
setup.
Ida, I'm so glad you're safe.
I'm sorry for not coming to get you sooner.
Special investigations. So it was true. An intelligence agency created from private contractors. But does it come with actual authority?
Orders from the Director General of the Defense Agency. Please, look them over. These are confidential matters relating to national security. Therefore, it needs to be kept a secret within the police as well. Monitoring public safety also falls under our jurisdiction. You're all right now. Let's go.
Yes, sir.
Special contractors, huh? Private? Strange setup.
You okay? You should probably take it easy. At least until the nurse comes back.
Thanks.
The nurse's office was left wide open. So I'm sure she'll be back soon.
I was saved by Mr. Ida. Is he really alive? And Shu Amiguchi. Why do I remember when I look at him? This strange feeling. It makes me so anxious. I don't even know what it means. I feel like I'm forgetting something important.
So I guess in that particular case, we didn't take the pills, right? That's why she was able to... Juro Korabe unlocked, That's, I think, why she was able to actually remember. So the pills, I think they're telling her that the pills will bring her memories back, but in actuality, the pills are the ones that are repressing it. Considering how often she has to take them, though, wouldn't Morimura or Goto realize that it's almost impossible to keep her memories at bay? Especially if she's still walking around the school, potentially seeing people she might remember? Unless they somehow, in a twisted way, want her to do that? I don't really get it. I was wondering about those private contractors, right? Because that certainly seems like a dystopian thing, right? That private firms can basically influence police matters and stuff. Like, that's basically one of the sort of typical dystopian things, right? Where somehow the government is not a government at all anymore, but just a bunch of private firms essentially having split up control over society with themselves somehow, things like that. It just reminded me of that scene in 2188, right? With Shikishima and Newman Inc. and what they're doing with like mind manipulation stuff. Like, if they were to try to do something for whatever reason with the past, I don't know why they would, but I mean, I don't think that's what's happening, but what if a lot of this, like, what if maybe that's a partial thing that's happening here, but what if that company from the future, Newman Inc., they were found out, right? Their illegal memory manipulation was found out. What if they're sort of going back in time to somehow get rid of traces of their involvement? But I don't think that's what's happening. Because then we would have seen way more with with the memory manipulation going on, right? That doesn't really fit with everything else, I feel like. Unless that's sort of a weird subplot that is somehow influencing everything else. But that would be, I don't know. I don't think that's what's happening. It just reminded me of it somehow, but... Oh, I was wondering also why we unlocked Juro Korabe again, but I think that's because we brought every character over like 30% story progress or something. I think that was his unlock. Thing that you needed to do. Yeah, I really just can't make sense of this damn situation that is going on here. Due to the Sentinel infection incident, she ends up being force-shifted to Sector 4 and questioned by the police of 1984. So, is this like a direct confirmation that Sector 4 is supposed to be the 1984 time? I don't even know if that would be a thing, or are there multiple sectors within the different times? Whenever Shinonome sees Shu Amiguchi, she feels a strange surge of jealousy or affection. She comes to realize that his eyes and behavior are just like Ida's. Is it though? I would have never made that connection. I don't know, the Tetsuya Ida that I've seen didn't seem like Shu Amiguchi at all. Also, wait, did we ever get a scene of Shu Amiguchi liking Tomi Kisaragi? Because, no, she is, like, everything that we've seen about Shu Amiguchi up until this point was him hitting on Yuki, right? Because we've seen Tetsuya Ida working on a cyborg version of Tomi Kisaragi, but why? In that particular scene, it seemed like there was something else going on, right? That scene made it seem as if he was building that android not only because Kisaragi had been killed, but he also seemed to have like personal reasons for that, right? He also seemed as if he had like some sort of affection for her. I don't know. But that wouldn't fit together with this at all. Unless maybe I'm misinterpreting that scene, but still, that's... Whew, I don't know. I would really like to unlock a couple more of those mystery files, but I really want to keep going with the story as well. She's still not locked. That's interesting. Let's see. So we would be able to unlock him because now we have, as I said, that 30% story progress with 9 characters. These are all still locked. She we're able to unlock because we progressed Yuki Takamiya. And the others are still locked. Interestingly enough, only 2 of the characters have an unlock condition that is actually connected to clearing waves, which I also find really, really weird, right? I really wonder if you could like progress this game completely differently if you're like doing those kinds of things way more, because I don't know, somehow I didn't expect it to be like this, that I could actually play through large parts of the story without doing the strategy time thing. Because during the tutorial, right, they intertwine them with each other. The tutorial is basically you get a prologue for a character, then you fight a wave. Then you get another prologue, then you fight a wave again, right? So I kind of assumed that the rest of the game would be at least somewhat similar, right? I really assumed that most of the time, basically, unlock conditions for these characters would have been certain waves and clearing them. But that doesn't really seem to be the case. So I don't mind that at all. I just find it curious, right? That you can play through large parts of the story without doing the strategy thing. It's just going to be interesting to see when we actually return to that. Then again, I have cleared 2 of the waves currently, right? And 2 characters currently have an unlock condition of clearing wave 5. So I kind of expect to have to do multiple waves back to back, basically. But it also seems like, in a way, the setup of the game definitely, I think, wants you to do the story first, right? Because you get the meta chips in order to upgrade your stuff in the strategy part of the game. I don't know. I'm definitely going to keep going this way, but I am really curious. Like, I'm definitely looking forward to seeing other playthroughs of this game from like other streamers or on YouTube or something. I don't know if you know Joseph Anderson, kind of a big YouTuber and streamer, depending on how you define big, whatever. But he's planning on playing this. I'm really looking forward to see what he thinks about it. And also how he plays it and what he's able to figure out. Because he's usually really, really good about, like, he was a writer or is a writer, whatever, wrote books. And somehow he seems to be capable of, like, seeing a lot of sort of story connections that I'm sort of oblivious to. Which is a thing with me in stories, right? Like, I like to think about them a lot, but I do also miss some obvious hints, which retroactively I actually really, really like because, I don't know, somehow I felt like I'm always able to enjoy stories a lot because I sort of focus on them in a way I don't know, almost as if I'm sort of like in my mind figuring out the right way to enjoy them the most. I don't know. Maybe that's just because I know how to enjoy stories. So maybe I'm sort of unconsciously, purposefully not sort of go into the stuff that would reveal too much for myself so that I can still be surprised. I don't know. Let's see.
Sure.
I just want to know how this keeps going. Like, what the hell is happening? Now we're starting here again, but probably
Easy.
with
Take your time.
new thoughts that we're able to
Do you know where you are?
talk to them about. Yeah.
Number 14.
Ida is the new thought,
Mr.
right?
Ida. He didn't die in 2064. He helped me when I got here. How could I forget something that important?
Well, technically he did die in 2064, right? It's just that his younger self is here as well.
About Mr. Ida. Where is he?
He's been missing ever since the battle in 2024.
2024? Wait, 2024? What? Also, I find it so strange. She's just answering her question, right? Like, she doesn't really...
It hurts.
I don't know. I'm just... If they're giving her pills in order not to remember things, why would they then just be fairly open about...
This should make me
telling her that? Like, what?
Answer the question.
90. I know what you're going to...
I see.
I just forgot.
Are you all right? You should get some rest.
You don't need to worry about me.
So, do we...
Where are you going?
Stop following me.
That's not happening.
Do we need to try to find Shu Amiguchi again?
Kisaragi, can I talk?
So, I guess we basically want to get away from him again?
Do you like sweet senpai?
Oh, no.
What kind of wear do you like? Go to the lawn. What do you do on your days off?
I'd rather not say.
Do you like sweet senpai?
Maybe I could also talk to Megami while Goto's still... Ah, now I can go to the vending machines where Shu Amiguchi is probably going to be?
I can't go on.
Ah.
Head feels like it's splitting.
Yeah. That's the other scene here, right?
It's empty. That was the last of them. I need to get more pills before it gets worse. The nurse's office should have some.
Okay, so this connects back to another scene that we saw, I think, very close to the beginning of the game, right? Where, like, even might have been Shu Amiguchi's prologue or something, or was it Juro Kurabe's stuff at the start? Right, where we wanted to find this guy here for some reason. It's definitely a scene that we've already seen. Wait, so...
I'm out of... I need to get more from the nurse's office.
Do I want to get more, or...
So cold, so sweet. I can't get enough. What seems to be the matter, young lady? If there's something troubling you,
I can try to help if you'd like.
No thanks.
I suppose it's to be expected, looking like this.
Right, what was his deal? Like, where did he came from exactly? It's been a while since I've seen him. So now I just go back to the nurse's office, or what? It's a weird progression of the scene.
It's open.
Ah, this is how we find Yuri, right?
Good. Morimura's not here. Now, where are those pills?
Ooh, okay, I need to, so, let's see. That's the officer from 1944, right? I think. Wait, is it? Definitely kind of forgot about him being a thing as well. Right, so Kitaro Miura is the soldier from 1944, right? And somehow they were talking, and isn't that guy is the other sort of officer from 1944 that sort of got accidentally shifted to 1984 with Okino together, right? And Okino was concealing himself as a girl, and he fell for that, and that's basically what we saw about him, correct? And is there anything else? I mean, we saw him also in that scene sort of overlooking the town. He likes yakisoba pan, that's what I remember. He's technically from 1944, right? Funnily enough, he should technically know about the pills as well, because I think during that scene that was the scene that I was talking about with Yuki, where they got the pills, I think? Maybe? And now this all links back to a scene where Iori... Why was she in the nurse's office again? Was that after she got shifted as well, or was there another reason why she's in here? Maybe this would be a good time after the scene to go through the event catalog to connect them to one another. Probably, right?
I'm out of pill. I need to get... There's a student asleep in here. This girl. She looks familiar.
Yeah, what's going on now?
Yori Fuyusaka. She's one of the compatible.
Chick pillow? What the hell is going on now?
There's something under the pillow. An ampoule. This must be the medicine she was given.
Why are we in this weird white state now?
The label says NM0206. So she injected you with nanomachines.
Oh, she knows about nano.
What
Okay.
is Morimura thinking? Why give Yori Fuyusaka nanomachines?
I just realized that's why they're called NM something. Nanomachine 0206.
Medication record. Maybe there's something useful in here. Iori Fuyusaka. Nanomachines anchored. Memory transplant attempt number 7. Memory transplant? It can't be. Ryoko Shinonome. Memory separation. Progressing. 3rd phase. As with Jiro Izumi, administering personality synthesis?
So that's what's happening with her?
Where's Goto-kun? You didn't have permission to read those.
What does this all mean?
It's a necessary measure. Well, did you find the culprit?
What are you planning?
You're in even worse condition than I thought. You need to take your pills.
Answer me. What are you doing to Iori Fuyusaka? My head. What are you doing?
Maybe it's time. Shinonome-san, how are you feeling? How much can you remember? As I suspected, you're starting to disappear.
The fuck? Okay, so... I guess I didn't really consider that option, right? I knew that memory, like, altercation was a thing. Okay, so let's see. Can we put all of this together somehow? Apparently they're trying to... So the medication that she's supposed to take, right? I think that's basically to repress her, like, not only memories, but her entire being. So somehow the pills maybe are even there to... Sounds harsh, but to eradicate her, like, entire consciousness, basically, right? To empty her brain so that they can insert somebody else's brain memories and whatnot, consciousness into her. But somehow that seems, I don't know, a lot crazier than... Because isn't Juro Kurabe / Juro Izumi, he seems to be, I mean, maybe not a completely successful memory transplantation or whatever they're doing, but certainly something where it seems to have been somehow successful, at least to a major degree. But I don't know. Somehow I thought that, especially since with him, right, I thought that they basically just, like, heavily altered his memories, or rather, because his memories were completely gone after him being in the Sentinel for too long, they just inserted new memories into him, basically made a new character out of him because they had to. But with Shinonome here, they seem to try to purposefully wipe her memory or something to make her ready for memory transplantation. Whose memories, though? Why? And now, now I get, I don't know, I just sort of got a certain other feel. Like, first of all, okay, so maybe Shu Amiguchi isn't Tetsuya Ida at all. It's just that, well, then again, she talked about her eyes, right? I was just thinking that maybe his sort of mind or something got also transplanted, but that wouldn't make sense with the eye color staying the same. But also now, like, what does Morimura actually know? I mean, does she know way more than she's letting on? I guess so. I don't know, somehow, so... If we try to bring all of this back to what we know, or potentially know, / suspect, whatever, about 2188, right? About that whole memory altercation incident with Newman Inc. and everything. Now I wonder if somehow they set up, so maybe this all is some giant experiment. Maybe it's not about the kaiju or some loop or whatever at all. Like, in a way it still is, but maybe what is happening is that Newman Inc. / Shikishima in the future, they want to do or find out something about memory altercation, right? They want to basically be able to manipulate the memories of people the way they want them to be. Or at least that's what they set out to do. So now I'm wondering if maybe they set up some sort of giant experiment where they basically used entire planets to recreate certain parts of history. I mean, maybe I'm sticking to that idea too much. I don't know if that is actually true. Maybe I'm just spitballing too much here, but what if they're somehow creating these sectors, right, which are essentially different points in time. They're recreating entirely different points in time of humanity to then specifically go in and try to manipulate certain things about certain people to see how their nanomachine technology is able to do that or what kind of problems arise. And then they send in the kaiju to just get rid of the experiment, basically, right? I don't know entirely how that would fit together with Shinonome here, or her future self. Because she seemed to be the one that set the kaiju in motion, the kaiju attacks. But then again, maybe she actually, or her future self, maybe she somehow got wind of these experiments happening and she wanted to get rid of them. So maybe the kaiju attack wasn't planned at all, but she realized, oh, they're doing this memory modification thing in like giant experiments, and in order to get rid of that, or because she realized that that was illegal or whatever, right, that it wouldn't be a good idea for that to continue. Because of that, I think she might have tried to delete the experiments by sending in the kaiju. Well, how would the Sentinels fit into that picture, though? Because the nanomachines also seem to be connected to the Sentinels? Unless that's maybe part of the experiment, so maybe they need to... Maybe they're trying to put their brains into like very stressful situations. I mean, ultimately, that also comes back to... I mean, the Sentinels overall, right? The Sentinels overall seem like very, very capable weapons. Technically, right? I mean, they're able to fend off entire armies of kaiju with just a few Sentinels. So considering that, maybe they are some really like advanced technology from 2188 or something, and somehow they're trying to, I don't know, maybe in 2188, the reason for why they're doing these memory experiments is that they're trying to create some sort of super soldier or some sort of way for humans to maybe forget about like the war crimes they committed. I don't know. Like some crazy shit is definitely going on there. I feel like there is... Somehow I definitely feel like there's some sort of other meta layer to all of this that is still quite unclear. I don't really know, though. Like, how would they interact with all of this? Why create entire timelines when at the same time they're also putting in characters like Morimura? It feels like they could theoretically also do that at some kind of laboratory. Why would you have to recreate an entire timeline to do it? Unless it's actually real time travel, right? That's obviously still a very likely possibility as well. And somehow they're utilizing real time travel to do something with that, but that also seems... I mean, clearly a future in 2188 exists, right? So... At this point, this is so incredibly mysterious that even my own theories have now, like, multiple different branches and possibilities now. Could still continue her story. Puzzled by the medical records she found in the nurse's office, Ryoko Shinonome was told by Morimura that she's starting to disappear. Just not, scary at all. Okay, let's see. Can we, like... See, and there are all these kinds of details that I already... Like, what would the countdown be there for? Is that some sort of other form to end the experiment? What would this mainframe be for? And then Morimura is also, like, yeah, they're attacking, like, Shikishima. Like, what would this be? What would this mean in the context of what I just said? This doesn't really fit with my theory at all, does it? Oh, right. I also forgot about this. So Shu Amiguchi, right, we knew that he is Tetsuya Ida, right? True. So I guess that is true then. I still find those two characters to be so different, but... Right. This scene, though, definitely made it seem as if Shu Amiguchi liked Tomi, right? So this scene might explain why he would build a robot version of her. Man, going through these scenes again, there is so much that is so difficult to place. Even though these scenes are, like, apparently back-to-back, they're still really hard to, like, understand in terms of how they're supposed to connect together. A boy named Tetsuya Ida warps in on a huge walking tank. Also, there are a lot of scenes that I just sort of... I mean, I remember them now that I see them again, but... Man, this is what is also difficult to keep in mind. But wait, isn't that... See? Like, in this case... Right, this is somebody who actually looks like an older Shu Amiguchi. Tetsuya Ida has succeeded in developing his first android, a robot with the consciousness of Tomi Kisaragi. So I feel like maybe... Is there really a lot of sort of consciousness being shifted around through different bodies going on? Because Like, look at this. This is only 4 years later, yet who the guy who says he's Tetsuya Ida looks completely different. Also, in this particular scene, right, Morimura is the one that, like, they're all together seemingly discovering secrets they didn't know about up until that point from 2188. Yet now in the scene that we just had with Morimura talking about potential memory experiments, it seemed as if she was actually working for, I don't know, maybe Newman Inc. in 2188. Oh, see, and here, Sekigahara expressing doubts about the Sentinel system updates he had been asked to do. So, the ones that actually implemented the virus or whatever it was. That was like Tetsuya Ida and Morimura were the ones responsible. There is so many like details in here that kind of make sense or kind of bring you like on new sort of lines of thinking, but at the same time they're so difficult to sort of put together. Man, this is difficult. Takatoshi Hijiyama, that was his name. Right. Even though these scenes are all back to back, it still feels as if there are like major important information just missing. Which makes sense, obviously, right? Those, like, the most important things will probably come at the very end of the game, like, obviously, but it somehow feels as if I should be able to grasp more than I kind of am. CEO in 2188 calls himself Renya Goto. Oh, there is so much going on here. Holy fuck. I mean, it's really, really interesting sort of looking through this, but at the same time, it's just too much, right? I feel like I could read through all of these again and possibly figure out something else, but I would, by the time, I mean, look at the left side of the screen. I'm not even, like, I'm about 1/4, like 1/4 way through the whole thing, right? So, like, there's so much that I can look at and think about that it's almost too, like, it almost really feels impossible to grasp, like, little details in it, right? Let's go back to the story. I feel like it'll click eventually. And as much as I want to speculate about what might happen, I also think that it's just, there are so many possibilities, right? That it's...
Of course.
really, really difficult to grasp anything, really. Also, why are we still able to sort of constantly go back through the same scene in her...
Do you know where you are?
Like in her story, if she's seemingly losing her consciousness.
Morimura. She's been modifying personalities with nanomachines. She wants to change both me and Iori Fuyusaka into different people. I can't believe what Morimura says.
Answer the...
19. I know what you're...
I see.
I just forgot.
Are you alright? You should get some...
You don't need to...
So do we need to get back to the scene where we're just in order to...
Where are you going?
Stop.
That's not happening.
Like, do I need to basically go back the same way I just did and meet Iori Fuyusaka again? Because she's the one that, whose memories might be altered, right? Let's actually try to... Let's run away again, right?
Yeah.
Do you like sweets, Senpai?
Oh, no.
What sort of women do you like?
Well...
Goto's go on.
What do you do in your days off?
While I'm ditching him, let's try and talk to Megumi. Because I think I haven't done that
Can I
before.
talk to you? I guess there's really nothing you can do about, you know...
Okay. So that is... Hey, Juro! Well, you weren't here before.
It's Goto-senpai. Oh, it is.
Wait, what's the new thing that I can...
He didn't die in 2064. He helped forget some...
Amazing. Smart and handsome.
These pills are hard to... But it's the only way
Oh.
these headaches will go away.
Hard to swallow. I think it was the pills that I could think about. No, it's not. Wait.
No. My head, it hurt.
Why could I read the compatible girls again?
This should make me feel...
Problem is now Goto is here again.
Izumi-kun, you're all right. I'm relieved.
Not again, Senpai.
What?
I've already asked you to stop making fun of me. I'm Kurabe. Juro Kurabe.
Now she's realizing...
Goto-senpai.
Apologies, Kurabe. You can go ahead.
She's realizing that he's been modified. Or changed.
Kurabe? But he's Izumi-kun. I don't understand. I bet Renya Goto knows something about this. Juro Kurabe? Explain.
You have the wrong person.
That's not possible. I wouldn't mistake him for someone else.
There are certain things you're better off not knowing.
Damn it, just tell me.
Juro Izumi doesn't exist anymore. He's Juro Kurabe now. His mind could not withstand the battle. He had to be turned into someone else. There is no chance of recovery.
My head.
Is that really true, though? Like...
This should make me feel...
The reason why I think it doesn't really... Like, it's not really the truth, is that... Like, if you're capable of basically inserting an entirely different personality into him, you would also be able to just... I mean, if you knew who he was before, right, why wouldn't you just be able to basically insert... Like, well, I guess if you didn't have a record of what his brain was like before, and it gets lost... you wouldn't be able to replace it. But what or who did they then put into his body, right? Like before his memories were altered, or before he forgot them for whatever reason, like a Juro Kurabe never existed anywhere, right? At least as far as we know. So if you can basically so what I'm trying to get at is that Juro Kurabe wasn't another person that got inserted into his mind. It seems that that's somebody who's completely made up, possibly. Some other version of Juro Izumi, just modified. So the point is, I'm just like they seemingly didn't want Juro Izumi to exist anymore. Possibly because he has that other scene where he kills a bunch of the girls, right? But I mean, that comes back to the question why he even does that. Like, what did he realize that made him do that?
Izumi-kun. He has the same symptoms as I do.
Really? Does he? What?
What do I do? Everyone's gone.
Hello.
Kaiju?
She's around here? Where?
The building on the left. The drone spotted them 20 minutes ago. Going into that building. Can you not find them?
Oh, that's the drone?
The drone's found her.
Bring her in.
We finally meet. You're Ryoko Shinonome-san, right?
Who are you?
I'm Juro Izumi, and I need your help. We're going to save the world. With that robot.
So that's before his memories were altered. But Morimura is still there. How does that still feel? How does it all fit together? I can't seem to get behind that. What the hell is Morimura doing? How is she doing it? Why is she doing it? And does she herself even know what she's doing? Are there multiple versions of her or something that all like have different stages of her knowing what's going on? It was kind of a short scene, wasn't it? Okay, so that was the flashback with Juro Izumi. So we still need to run away, get back to the staircase. and then do something else. On the staircase. We can also do something else in the nurse's office for some reason. What does surveillance footage mean? How do I get to that? That's still locked though, right? Keywords not yet obtained? Yeah, so we can't. That's probably the thing that would come at the very end. So I need to get back to either the staircase or the vending machines. Okay.
Sure.
So the scene we just saw, though, that's where she was discovered first. But I mean, that was definitely where she just didn't know what was going on at all, right?
Are you all...
Okay, so we just leave again.
Where are you going?
Stop.
That's not happening.
So let's try and get back to the vending machines this time around. That was basically talking to her.
Yeah. Do you like sweet?
Talking to her about running away.
What sort of weird do you like? Go on.
I don't even know if we even need to talk to her about running away again. Schoolyard vending machines. Let's see if we can do something else there. Because last time we were out of pills, right?
My head. It's empty. That was a lot. I need to get more. The nurse's office.
So cold, so sweet. I can't get enough. What seems to be the matter, young lady?
I can take my pills without it. I'm not a child anymore. I don't need it. I can take my...
Why can't I click on the vending machines?
If there's something I can try to...
No. There you are.
Hi.
Over here. Kisaragi-san.
So she went looking for me? Okay.
Why are you still chasing after Sekigahara? Oh, right. You might not know, but you have to capture him to fix the Sentinels. And he's 426. That right? You knew? Yeah, 'cause you flippin' told me. I don't remember that. Is Morimura doing something to you?
Apparently so.
You don't remember being in the ruined city together? A ruined city.
Think harder is a kind of a weird prompt, but okay.
Damn it. Irritating luck. Doesn't seem possible to force a connection.
Huh?
Ryoko-san.
Just like I thought. I knew you'd show up here.
So she waited for him specifically to access the gate again?
There's nowhere left to run, 426.
I'm 426? Who did you hear that from?
I saw the access logs. It was you, Sekigahara. The program that infected the Sentinels. It was created with 426's ID.
Looks like someone left some foolish evidence behind. No!
Don't move.
The shift radius is off. even set the input, but the shift's still being executed.
Get back. I won't let you mess things up again.
Ryoko-san, you need to stay out of this. No!
So somebody else now shifted them? What?
Damn it. We shifted. And to the wrong place, too. Now there's others involved. Not good. My location's going to be tracked. I need to delete the gate's logs.
Huh? Wait, so this shift wasn't after the battle of 2064? 5?
Time to end this.
I guess that was just a little bit of a fake out, so the others got sent here after 20, or from 2065, but Sekigahara and her got sent here from 1985 to the same location for some reason. So, how does that work? Did the gate maybe accidentally activate because it was also activated in 2065 to shift the Sentinels to safety? Like, what the fuck? And Kisaragi's the one telling her?
One of the compatible. This just wasn't your day.
But now wait, who took, does she have the gun?
Ryoko-san.
I've got you cornered now, 426. It's time to pay for what you've done.
How is this the same scene but from like another point in time, or?
You're still going on about Ida?
I should kill you right here.
Then do it. Shoot me. Go on.
I'm serious. I'll do it.
The trigger's locked. I'm the registered user. It won't shoot me.
I'll take you on myself.
So now the scene continues, though.
With those injuries? Besides...
What are you doing?
Empty. Like I thought. Your condition's gotten worse. How long has it been since you've taken them? Guess I don't have much choice. I've got those pills too.
Okay.
Take them.
You're not gonna trick me, 426.
Why is everybody having these? Like, huh? What the hell?
But I'm not the one who infected the Sentinels. I'm not 426, Ryoko-san.
It's probably Morimura or someone.
We never lived too far apart. Ever since we were kids. Wherever you went, I followed. My big sister, Ryoko. Don't you remember?
Eiko?
Please, take them. This hideout isn't safe anymore. You need to take the ones outside and go back. Understand? I need to get out of here.
He's not 426. Then whose fault is it? What's going on? I don't understand. Wait, I need to know. Usami-chan, we have an emergency!
Now it connects back to the other scene where the girls found her, right?
I found someone else back there.
now her mind got deleted? Or possibly transferred to Kisaragi? What the hell? How are you supposed to make sense of this? I guess you're not supposed to make sense of this, right? You're supposed to, I guess, well, not supposed to, but, you know, if you follow the story, obviously at some point it'll be explained, but the fuck is happening to her? So, but what's up with like all this other, like, what is Eiseki Gahara's plan in all of this? Was he just set up, or did he know about that? Like, because it seems as if Morimura or somebody else, right, manipulated him into updating the Sentinels so that they would be infected. Yet, in other scenes, it seemed as if Sekigahara knew more about that. Unless it was after that, so he realized he had been set up, or that he had been made to, you know, alter the Sentinels in a like malicious way. And maybe that's why he then made it his mission to do what exactly? I don't even know what his mission is in the other scenes. I mean, he also left a message behind for himself, just like Shinonome. When did they do that, by the way? They had to have had access to BJ, right? But when would that have happened? Oh, my God, this is complicated. Fucking hell. Ah, so now her story's locked. I was actually surprised that it went as far as it did. Complete Shu Amiguchi's A Spectre Reborn event. Okay, so we can continue with Juro Kurabe, and I think we can also continue with Natsuro Minami. Technically, I think I unlocked this first, right? So I think I should continue with her. Everybody else is locked now, right? Instead of Juro? The whole memory thing still seems so weird to me, though, right? I mean, this literally says, like, he overhears them saying that there was another version of himself. If this was some sort of experiment to see whether or not they can, like, probably do that, like, they can actually succeed in completely changing someone's mind, wouldn't they try to prevent that from happening? That he would hear about his former self? I don't even know. I mean, well, to be honest, you know, I've talked a bunch already about the game possibly not even being about the Sentinels and the kaiju, right? That's more of a... I mean, it's definitely a conflict that is happening, but not the actual conflict of the game. And I more and more think that that's actually the case. But, because all of this memory modification seems to be the sort of prevailing thread that ties all of this together, right? Somehow possibly being related back to some sort of experiment in the far future. Fucking hell. Okay. Unfortunately, even though now I'm really, really interested to see where this goes, as I said, I kind of wanted to do like a longer lunch break today and then come back and play some Elden Ring as well. Fuck, now I would like to continue with this as well. Maybe instead of playing Elden Ring tomorrow, depending on how far I get today, I'll play this tomorrow instead. Well, I want to continue with both games, right? It's I don't know. We'll see. But I think for today, this will be it. So let's save this. Also, it's already been 27 hours playing this game. I know there's a lot of speculation going on about what happens and everything, but I also... yeah, I mean, this game is definitely way longer than I thought it would be, I think. I don't know, somehow I always thought that this was shorter? I don't even know why I would think that, but... it's just getting... the thing is also, right? When I stopped playing last time, I thought that I was slowly uncovering the actual mysteries of what was going on, right? That we were sort of, quote-unquote, getting to the juicy scenes where we would finally understand certain aspects of the game. But the longer you play it, the crazier it gets. But not crazier in a way where it's sort of what other games tend to do, right? Where they're sort of trying to outdo themselves by constantly bringing up newer, like even crazier concepts. But rather in this, it feels like they introduce the crazy concepts to you like early on. The fact that there are these giant robots and Sentinels and whatnot, right? All of the crazy stuff sort of happens at the start. And then it slowly reveals more and more about this, yeah, almost scientific experiment kind of threat that's going on, right? But it's like, it's still getting the all of the different connections between the characters and the possible events that might have happened or might have not happened or might have been influenced by somebody else. All of that, right, gets revealed in a way where it gets just sort of the sort of spider web, if you will, of intertwining threads just keeps getting crazier and crazier, right? So that's a really, really cool... that's why I find this game so intriguing, is because it's not the action or the story itself or the concepts of the story that get crazier and crazier. Instead, it's the story threads, the different connections and things that you just don't understand yet that are getting crazier and crazier. And it feels like it can't go even crazier than that, but it constantly keeps on happening, right? It feels as if they can't possibly introduce more intertwined threads and different things that go through all of these different timelines and connect all of these different characters together, yet every time, with every scene, something else gets revealed that you just didn't realize was a thing before, in terms of a connection between the characters or the different events. It's like such a cool setup, really. I really wonder where this is going. I wonder how they're gonna like do a big sort of payoff at the end. There still has to, because we've heard so little about that distant future of like 2188 that I also think that it's just... I don't think that it's just going to be, there's like a big memory experiment going on, right? Because they've already told us that, basically. So, whatever's actually going on either is a lot bigger than that, or it somehow has like a meaning or a reason that is like far crazier than you'd think it was, right? Either way, I'm really looking forward to uncovering that. That's going to be it for now. I'm now going to take an actually longer lunch break than usual, and then I'll come back with some Elden Ring for the rest of the day. So, hopefully I'll see you then. Otherwise, have a great rest of your day, evening, morning, wherever you are, and see you next time. Bye-bye!